Hello there, how are you? I like that, that's good. I do have these tendencies.
You need to go sit down, Julie.
Should have seen me this morning.
We 1 minute out.
Hey, all the young robbers were street dirty up. I said, hey, well, they were.
Okay, let's get started here. Welcome to the San Antonio Family Association Great Debate event. And I'm going to hold this mic because it's easier. And here we're here for the great event, precinct number 3. That's the Bexar County Commissioners Court Place, precinct number 3, here at the Burnwood. This is a new restaurant, Burnwood 68 restaurant. It's 18745 Redland Road. It's between 281 and 1604. So we want to welcome you in the live streaming that's taking place. And we have the 2 candidates here, Trish DeBerry versus Tom Rickoff. My name is Mike Kanufke. I'm with the San Antonio Family Association. I'm welcoming everybody here this afternoon. And we are excited about the 2 candidates we have in front of us. We've had a tremendous amount of interest in this race in particular. So let's begin with a round of applause for both candidates participating today because they did not have to be here. And I really mean that. They did not have to be here. So they are here to help citizens make a good decision on their own. And the runoff is July 14th. We can't say that enough. July 14th. This is all for naught if we don't get out of our beds and out of our homes and get to the polls and vote. We also want to make certain that the elections, you've heard before, have consequences. And there are real live forces right now that are trying to fundamentally change and transform our country, our great state of Texas, and the great county of Bexar. And you know what I'm talking about. Just today, the city is talking about doing away with the Christopher Columbus in Columbus Park. If you don't know, you need to pay attention to this stuff. So what's happening on a macro level also has a way of trickling down on a micro level. These forces are out there, and they're not necessarily legitimate forces with peaceful protesting and good discourse and working on good legislation, but rather with lawlessness, intimidation, shame, and violence. Could this be the end of the America that we grew up with our whole lives? And what would happen with Bexar County? It's a real solid question. You know, when all the words have been censored into politically correct words, when all the history has been erased and rewritten, and the freedoms that we've enjoyed have been limited or just taken away from us, when all the police have disappeared or quit because the morale is so bad or just retired, when all the guns have been confiscated or banned, when our republic is teetering on extinction, only then, unfortunately, will some apathetic citizens discover why our right to speech, our right to assemble, our right to religious liberty, and our right to bear arms was so darn vital to America. And that can happen right here in Bexar County, just like any county. The Marxists, the anti-American, and maybe even the anti-Christ are now inside the gate, offering freedom without any type of responsibility. In other words, chaos and lawlessness. Instead, we need a vibrant, growing community with families living virtuous lives and working hard. These elections, or this election in particular, have quite literally become even more important over the last 30 days than they were before, or than what any of us believed it was 30 days ago. Here is something to remember. I'll close on this. There are 4 boxes, you might have heard this, I've heard it before, 4 boxes that keep America free. You have the jury box, you have the cartridge box, you have the ballot box, and you have the soap box. That soap box is tonight. You're going to see firsthand your candidates, and you're going to be able to make up your own mind. And then the second one is going to be the ballot box on what day? July 14th for the runoff. So there's probably never been a more critical time for this particular race. So now we'd like to start the debate, and we're going to start this debate like we do everything. So I'll ask Patrick to come up and talk, say our prayer.
St. Peter.
St. Peter.
Thank you, Michael. As Mike said, my name is Patrick Wondolan. I mean, Peter. No, Peter was going to be my confirmation name, but and he is certainly has a lot of holy boldness, so I hope to represent that same thing. So if you would, join me in prayer. We ask for the one triune God to pour his grace out upon us. In the name of the Father and Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, conscious of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom, support us by your power, for you are God, sharing the glory of Father and Son. You desire justice for all, enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love, and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. We ask this of you who live and reign with the Father and the Son, one God, forever and ever. Amen. If you would stand with me, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. There's 2 small flags right here, and we'll start with I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And our Texas pledge: honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you very much, and please have your seat. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our moderator for this debate. And as Mike said, this is a lively debate. And this is down from 7 candidates down to 2 in the runoff. The runoff is July 14th. Early voting starts on Monday, this coming Monday, and want you to make sure you get there. So welcome with me a great friend of San Antonio, a great friend of Texas who has represented Texas in Washington, D.C. under the Reagan administration and Bush 41 administration, as well as currently is a frequent guest on Fox News. And without further ado, please welcome with me Mr. George Rodriguez, El Conservador.
Thank you. Okay, so the debate, as always, all debates, we're going to try to keep it under control. We're going to be respectful, no chair throwing or anything of nature. What we want to be sure is that everybody has an opportunity to, I'm supposed to stand over here? Sorry. What we want to do is make sure that everybody has an opportunity to answer concisely and precisely. So we will ask the candidates to please limit their time, to watch their time, to be respectful of each other's time. And we've got a set of questions that have been submitted. We have selected some questions because there's a lot of them. We've selected some questions, but we want to be sure that we ask questions that are going to be very, very important to the election here in San Antonio. So, without further ado, we will begin.
George, real quick.
Yes.
I'll stand up when you have 10 seconds left. I'll stand up as the time.
Okay. All righty. We'll start with 4 questions regarding 4 major issues. First one is transportation. Question number 1, and we will start with Mr. Berry. Transportation. Will you support or oppose the establishment of managed lanes, that is, toll roads, for high occupancy vehicles in the county?
Thank you for that question, George. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's good to be in front of people. It's good to be down from 7 to 2 candidates because I think we had very stark comparisons between my opponent, Tom Rickoff, and myself. Transportation is a major issue in Precinct 3. When we look at the growth of the precinct, when we look at development in the precinct, when we look at 281, it's been under construction. I was sat in traffic for a little while on my way over here. Phase 1 of that will be completed probably within about 1.5 years, but then we have phase 2 that's coming online. So, traffic is going to continue to be a problem. When we talk about toll roads, I'm opposed to toll roads. My opponent likes to say that I'm for toll roads because of a contract that was never implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have toll roads in Bexar County because I oppose toll roads. I told people, I gave them a voice to weigh into the issue, whether you were for them or whether you were opposed to them. And because of that process and getting feedback, we don't have toll roads in Bexar County. And let me be clear about this. I never made 1 red cent off of a toll road. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
As we speak, I'm having the constable prepare a traffic pattern for Precinct 3 because we pay.
They're not going to hear you on the video. Here.
You don't have your microphone.
They won't hear you through the feed, the live feed.
We pay 40 to 50% in Precinct 3 of all the revenue, and we get virtually nothing back because of all the vanity projects that have been passed by Commissioner's Court. Trish DeBerry was paid $25,000 a month specifically under the contract to train all the elected officials to argue in favor of the toll road. Ask Terry Hall. She has the memos. One of her memos said we have to school Kevin Wolf to say it's too late to oppose the toll road down 281. Why do you think only Precinct 3 was going to get a toll road? Only Precinct 3 in the heart of it was going to pay because we have the money. Oh, did you stand up?
Yeah. It's
Okay, that's good.
You have 30 seconds to go ahead.
Do I have 30 seconds to rebut? Okay, so my opponent likes to talk all the time about the fact that $25,000 a month, I like to call him Lion Tom because he makes things up on a regular basis. I was very clear when I first got up here that I did not make 1 red cent off of a toll road contract. He's making all of this up. And you know why? Because he's been a lazy politician for 40 years, a career politician, and he has a bad record that he doesn't like to face. And nobody likes to talk about, but we're going to expose the dirty little secrets at the county courthouse thanks to Tom Rickoff.
No, all right. For the San Pedro Creek project, she makes $46,000 a month. For the census, this is all taxpayer paid, $49,900. She was at the trough last week picking up another $75,000 from city council. And for pre-K 4, she makes $10,000 a month. And she says, I haven't made 1 red cent. I don't know what that means. The contracts, we have a Freedom of Information Act, and we have all the contracts and the memos she wrote. And so she's become very wealthy on taxpayer paid money, and all the contracts are given to her by Democrats, so she only funds Democrats. Did you stop me?
For our next question, and this one has to do about taxes. Will you support or oppose moving any surplus county funds into property taxes? Now, property taxes obviously have become a very, very hot issue for all of us in Bexar County. And so we would like to hear from you, and we will start with, this time we will start with Mr. Rickoff. Will you support or oppose moving any surplus county funds into property taxes, into property tax rate for cuts?
Of course, but it won't happen because I will only have my strong voice down there and they will have the votes and all their vanity projects. And an example is Plethora, which was going to cost us $750,000 for a huge fabricated head. And she wrote a memo for Nelson to read that said tourists will come to see this from all over the country. It couldn't be, it was a fraud. It couldn't be manufactured. The artist stole $153,000 and went back to Spain. She is on the contract for San Pedro Creek. You're not going to get that money back. They spent $200,000 paving over the foundation and making a dance floor out of it. That money's never coming back. She has been on $1 billion worth of projects with Henry Munoz, who is Biden's Democratic finance chair. She's been partnered with him on $1 billion in taxpayer projects, San Antonio Independent School District and the Creek.
So to answer the question, which I think is important because I've made appraisal reform one of the hallmarks of my platform. What we've got to be able to do, what we talked about, taxpayers in precinct 3 pay more than 40% of property taxes. We've got to look hard at appraisal reform. What I've talked about is getting the board of directors at the appraisal office elected, not necessarily appointed by the chief appraiser, because there's zero accountability associated with that. I would like to get on that board of directors, and I want to make sure that I have other electeds who are representing the taxpayer. So I appreciate the opportunity to answer the question because my opponent has a problem answering questions because he's obfuscating his record. He talks about taxpayer expense, taxpayer funded. He's been paid by taxpayers for 40 years because he's never worked in the private sector. He's never had a small business. He doesn't know what it is to balance a budget or scrub a profit and loss statement. And not to mention the fact he took 5 weeks of vacation on the taxpayer dime while he was a judge. That's not a lie, Tom. That's fact. So we're going to pass out the articles for everybody to see so that they know the truth.
30 seconds. All right. She touts as an applause line having elected assessors. That's just what we need, more elected bureaucrats. And I talked to Bill Burnett, the last Republican tax assessor. He says we tried that in the 20s. It was a crisis. It was a chaos. And they did it in California, and it was chaos. It's never going to happen. There's only one thing you can do to lower taxes, and that's adopt the tax rate, which will make up for the high assessments and bring the same revenue in that came last year. Commissioner's Court will never do it.
Okay, as you know, this is the San Antonio Family Association. And of course, there are going to be questions regarding social issues. So the next question is regarding a very important social issue, one that we're seeing across the country in many metropolitan areas. And that is the issue of needle sharing programs. Will you or will you not support a needle sharing program in Bexar County? And we'll start this time with Mr. Berry.
Okay, I'm just gonna flat out say no, I won't. But I also want to take this time also to rebut some of the things that he said. He doesn't want an appraisal district that is elected because he's afraid of doing heavy lifting. He doesn't want to do the job. When he was in office, guess what, folks? He waited 4 weeks after he was elected judge to say, oops, it causes me too much angst. I'm going to give up mental health cases. Guess what? They had to hire an associate judge to hear those mental health cases at a cost of $1.2 million to the taxpayer. So he likes to give a fancy applause line about he's for the taxpayer. No, he's about building more government. He's about costing the taxpayers more money. And the question that I have for you, Tom, is when you get on Commissioner's Court and you have to deal with mental health issues, either at the jail or at UHS, are you going to say that causes me too much angst? I can't do my job? That's not what the electorate wants to hear.
Goodness gracious, the question was about sharing, legal sharing, and of course you didn't answer that. And so here is a critical change in the American culture. And I follow, and I've talked with many of you arm's length, I follow the dictates of St. Paul, who said there's one God, one Lord, and one people, and we need to embrace all people. All can be saved. And so I believe that we should follow the law. And when the Supreme Court makes a decision, we are governed by that decision. And I, as an elected official, will follow that decision. So that's my answer. I could quote St. Paul more on this, but you'd probably be bored by it. So thank you.
No, I don't need one.
All right, the next question, again, on a social issue, is do you consider yourself pro-life? And what do you believe the meaning of the phrase pro-life? We'll start with Tom.
I lost an election in 1970 because I contributed it to pro-life, and the first $100 I ever had in my life. And once I was on a jury panel because they were protesting at a Planned Parenthood, and I was going to be picked in the panel, and I was under oath. So after the nurse who was also on the panel, I was a judge then. After the nurse said, she was very pro-abortion, they came to me and they said, what are your core thoughts about abortion? And I said, well, I think it's murder. And I don't think I could be any clearer than that. Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Well, you get 10 seconds after I stand up.
Okay. All right. Well, to me, it's a core moral issue that you can't, it's not a red flag or a white flag. You can't pick the pink flag. You have to pick one or the other. You can't go halfway on it. That's my personal opinion. That's how I live, and that's how I practice as a judge.
Just refresh. I stand up. You have 10 seconds.
Sure.
When I stand up, that means you're done. You have 10 please wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. 100% pro-life. Come from a very large family. I'm the youngest of 6 children. I have 18 nieces and nephews, and enjoy having a very large family. A lot of people often wonder, they're like, my goodness, your mom had 6 kids. How in the world did she do that? And we're in the military. My dad was career Air Force veteran, was traveling a lot, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So 100% pro-life, but I do have a problem with the fact that as a judge, Mr. Rickoff says that he ruled 100% pro-life. He didn't. He forced sterilization upon women. He wanted to forcibly tie the tubes of a woman who appeared before his court, but he couldn't do that. And so instead of forcibly tying her tubes, he forced her to take Norplant, a cancer-causing agent. So when we talk about being 100% pro-life, I want to say, you got to be 100% pro-life all the time, 100% of the time. You can't just do it when it's convenient for ruling.
So Nelson Wolff spent $20,000 on opposition research and got this young millennial up in Austin to do all the research. And I saw it on his contribution or his payment thing. So I called the guy and I said, I'll answer any questions you have about any case I've ever had, any case I've ever written. And Nelson, passed all of his contributors on to Trish, and she now has $450,000 and all the opposition research. And so I'll be glad to furnish anything you want about any issue, just as I was to this young fella who got 20,000 up in Austin. Thank you.
Our next question is regarding an issue that's very, very disturbing that's going on in today's America. On October 2015, Bexar County Commissioners voted to remove all Confederate monuments from Bexar County property. How would you vote, or how would you have voted, and why? We start with Thomas.
All right. Well, it kind of brings in the cenopath. I believe Trish also had a contract to redo the cenopath. And I went down there the other day and read the writings on that, and I'm not in favor of that or removing anything. I mean, that's all part of our history. Who's going to be next? I drove by Tom Frost's statue out in front of Frost Bank. You know what he was known for? He was a Texas Ranger. Did you know that? He was a Texas Ranger. He was famous. They used to say the Texas Rangers, the biggest Anglo-Saxon killers ever released in the world, most effective, and very controversial. His statue, downtown San Antonio, will come down as soon as they figure that out. But what the other Rangers said about Tom Frost was he never could find an Indian to kill. That meant he'd go out everywhere, but he'd never get in a fight. He'd come back. And I told the Frostback family that, and they all enjoyed it. All these statues, when is that going to end? I mean, where does that stop? Even Father Sierra in California. Amazing.
Thank you. So these are difficult times in the United States of America. I mean, obviously with racial tensions at an all-time high. We're talking about really erasing history by tearing down statues. We learned from that history, and there were bad things that happened in our history. But if we take down statues, we don't learn from that. And so what happens? We're destined to repeat that. And so whether it's a statue of Christopher Columbus, whether it's the cenotaph, which by the way, Tom is wrong again. Thank you for yet another lie. I gave voice to people on the Alamo Project. I'm the one that set up all the meetings for the public to weigh into that process. I'm the reason why the Texas Freedom Force was able to come to the table because a lot of people didn't want to have these public meetings. We had lots of different public meetings so that we can have everybody weigh into the issue. That's my job, issue advocacy, not what Tom likes to say, which he lies again. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm an outreach advocacy specialist. Thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, if you'd like to rebuttal, you can.
No, I think we'll go on.
This next question is similar. Back in September of 2015, the Bexar County Commission, with just 3 days of discussion, I guess we could call it, removed Columbus Day and replaced it with Indigenous Peoples Day. Now, there was no popular vote or barely a discussion. How would you, if you had been on the commission, how would you react and why? And at the same time, let me add this other part of the question. That on 2017, the Bexar County Commission approved joining MALDEF in a lawsuit with the city of San Antonio against the state of Texas over a Senate bill which outlawed sanctuary cities. Again, very little input from the public. Issues that many of us feel should have been up for vote, for public vote. How would you have voted? How would you have reacted had you been on the commission? And there's going to be many more issues that are going to come up. How will you act? How will you react? We'll start with Tom.
Yeah. Obviously, I would have been a very strong voice in opposition. And I submit that Trish is right out of the back door of the wolf den. And she will never, never oppose what Wolf wants. And he will become a monarch, a king, an emperor with no clothes, because no one will talk back to him, even if 80% of the time he's brilliant and he's come up with everything we need. 20% of the time he's going to be throwing away our money, even if he was good on the other side. And look up on your own internet. She's in every picture over at Commissioner's Court, every fundraiser they ever had for Paul Elizondo, for Wolf. They give each other money back and forth. And she is a made member. And if she turned on him, it'd be like a mafia soldier turning on the Don. They'd put a contract out on her. And everybody knows I can talk back to Nelson when it's necessary, and I can agree with him when he's right.
Okay, thank you. You know, Tom, we're sick and tired of the lies that you tell. You're on Texas Public Radio with me last week, and you spent like 2 minutes bragging about the fact, the famous relationship that you have with Nelson Wolff. You're big buddies. You used to go to lunch all the time, used to talk to each other all the time, but now you want to sit there and say, oh, I'll punch back, I'll fight back against Nelson Wolff. No, you won't. You're entrenched with him. You're part of the good old boy system. You're part of cronyism at the courthouse. It's got to stop. Much like I am pushing back against you, I will push back against Nelson Wolff. I will be the fiscal conservative in the room who's protecting the taxpayer, much like I want to do with appraisal reform, much like I want to do with city-county consolidation. We got some tough decisions that we've got to make to be able to put people back to work. But I'm not afraid to dig in, and I'm not afraid to do the heavy lifting. This man, on the other hand, doesn't like heavy lifting. He's got a terrible work ethic. It just printed in the paper yesterday that he had an abysmal record when it came to showing up to work. He likes vacation a lot better than he likes working.
10 seconds. When Kevin Wolff had his little episode with DWI, they got a PR person to step up, and it's on film. You can look at it on the internet. Who the heck gets a PR person when you have a DWI? And she came up with the Ambien defense. And so that's how close she is to the family. She's the crisis person they went to and stepped up. She is a made member of the Wolf Pack and will never, ever talk back to him.
So I want to rebut that. Okay. Yep. Okay. So when we talk about when people get into trouble, you know, and need somebody from a PR standpoint, I'm not going to apologize for being a smart businesswoman. All right. I've worked hard over the past 20 years in the private sector, you know, and I've done a great job with the clients that I have. But I will tell you that I think that Tom Rickoff could use some good PR because of what he's done in his probate court. When I talk about the dirty little secrets of the courthouse that he doesn't want to talk about, it's shameful. You know, there's a decorated World War II veteran named Jack Hood who was stripped of his rights and his dignity thanks to Tom Rickoff because he refused to look at medical records that said he was of sound mind and judgment. Instead, he said every person 85 or older has dementia. Tell that to my 93-year-old Air Force veteran father who still mows his lawn every day. He doesn't have dementia, Tom. You need some PR help.
Okay. We all know, folks, that in America, elected officials have to get contributions, and that makes them quite often beholding to people that give them the money. So the question that we've got now here is, what contributions have you made to elected officials and why? And we need to understand that elected officials will listen to the pockets, sometimes a lot more than they will to the votes.
I've contributed, except to my own campaign, which I'm funding, nothing. And I'm beholden to no one. But I resent a little bit the veteran's remark. And my father served in the Philippines and wasn't too injured, so he came back and raised 7 children, took himself through law school, became the first Republican ever elected in St. Louis County. My son was medevaced out of Iraq, sent to a hospital in Germany and medically discharged, and now today, this moment as we speak, is at the VA hospital escorting COVID patients. So anybody who knocks me over patriotism, and I volunteered for Vietnam after having orders to be the attaché at the Rome embassy. I went to a combat brigade, earned the Bronze Star and the Cross of Gallantry in Vietnam in a combat brigade, and had many difficult situations. And I left an organ in Vietnam too.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I would tell you, I have complete respect for your service, just like I have respect for my Air Force veteran father's service. But the facts are the facts. There's a book that was written about you called Probate Pirates. He talks about what you did to Jack Hood. I've had conversations with Christy Hood. There's even people out here that their families are really disappointed, whether it's the Thrasher family, whether it was the Cotter family, who people told me you came at that widow like a freight train. You were called up on ethics charges because you were making backroom deals on a pay-to-play system, because the only attorneys that you would appoint to your probate court were attorneys that had given to your campaign. So don't talk to us about the fact that you're fully funding your campaign and it's 100% just you, because I know differently. You are bankrolled by Mitch Meyer, who's one of the, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the most controversial developer in Bexar County. Controversial project on the east side that was appealed to the 4th Court of Appeals because nobody was happy with that project, but he got it through because he bought and paid for a city council person. He wants to buy and pay for Tom Rickoff.
Okay. Well, it's so sad that she ended up with that book, because that was prepared by a lawyer who ran against me, who's presently losing his license. He failed the bar 4 times. He lost in the primary against me, and only had 25% of the vote. And then he filed all these grievances, and he had Christy write this book. And she also put up a website that says, yes, Judge Rickoff really does suck. So what do you think she's thinking? I stopped her because she stole $10,000 from her dad, first off. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, we have a specific question for Ms. DeBerry that was asked. And this has to do with that Ms. DeBerry apparently said that she was against the mayor, that she is against the mayor and the city council ban on Chick-fil-A. But the question is, why did you give money to the Nuremberg campaign in May of 2019? So we will ask that specifically. We'll have another one specific.
So we talked about the private sector. Any good business person who's in the private sector, if you talk to Republican business people, you talk to Democratic business people, typically they support at some level the incumbent that's in office. That is private sector business. I compare it to, much like what President Trump did when he was in the private sector, and he hosted a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton, and he posed for pictures with her. It's no different than that. But I will tell you that Tom Rickoff has accepted contributions from Phil Harburger, one of the most liberal mayors in San Antonio history. He also sided, when he was on the court with them, on the liberal side of the court with his buddy, Phil Harburger, more often than he sided with the conservative side of the court. So much, in fact, when they asked him about that, he said, I'm not a Republican, I'm a maverick. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want a maverick, we want a Republican.
This is bizarre. Phil Harburger gave her $1,000 and she took it and has it in the bank now.
You took it too, Tom.
No, I have no money from Phil Harburger, zero. But I'll tell you this, quiet.
Wow.
Stop. Listen.
Don't tell me
if
quiet.
If I have to deny my friendship with Phil Harburger or any other great friend, I'd rather not be in office. I will never turn my back on a friend. He's one of the finest, and we disagree, of course, on philosophies and liberal and Democrat. I think he's a pragmatist. But I've traveled all over the world with him. I think he's a magnificent human being.
All right, let's not get testy, folks, especially in the audience. Next question that was submitted. Do you support President Trump and his policies? And have you exhibited support or opposition for that? If not, then who are you supporting in the presidential campaign?
Tom's turn.
Do I go first?
No, go ahead.
No, he answered. No, I did.
I don't care. Go ahead. Okay, so look, everybody knows this already. Most of you have seen it. She authored, produced, and starred in an anti-Trump video that said he was a crisis, he was a disaster, and she ends with some very unfortunate language that I can't repeat, but basically says she will never have anything to do with him. The whole Trump group in town knows that. And many people, it's trending all over all the Republican women's clubs. Okay, here's why she did that. Because that's what the Express News wants to hear. They have the video too. They all believe that too. Raise your hand if you've ever heard the Express News say one thing that president has ever done right. You can't do it because they're all liberals and they always pick the least conservative person to go into office. Thank you.
Interesting, Tom. When one of your supporters, Ellen Pfeiffer, got the endorsement of the San Antonio Express News, you waved it around and said how proud you were of Ellen that she got that support. You can't have it both ways, okay? You're just upset that they called you a lazy career politician. That's what it is. And when you want to talk about President Trump, I've made no bones about the fact that I support the president and I voted for the president. In fact, I told the paper I voted for the president. What he's referring to was a speech that I gave about crisis communications. And I repeated something that President Trump said early on in the campaign trail. He's like, I'm a crisis communications conundrum. Nobody can figure me out. I grab headlines right and left, and I love the fact that nobody can figure me out. That's what that was about. So Lion Tom decides he's going to take that completely out of context one more time. We're tired of your lies, Tom.
You know, that video is so powerful. She went a lot further than calling him a communications crisis. And enough people have seen it. And I find it so distasteful. I don't even want to get into it, but I'm glad she admitted it. Now I want her to admit, and I'll cede my time to her, that she's paying for all these elderly women to make telephone calls to all the 65-year-olds and older and saying, I'm against veterans. And I mean, I should have paid for this because the people are so upset when they get this call. And she's paying for that now. They just read a script.
All right, next question. And this is regarding the Bexar County version of the City's Non-Discrimination Act. On February 4th of 2014, Bexar County Commission voted to implement what County Judge Nelson Wolf referred to as Employee Plus One, which is a domestic partner's benefits. How would you have voted on this issue and why, as well as do you support it even now?
Thank you. So I would have voted against because I believe that Commissioner's Court needs to focus on the basics, which is right now getting people back to work. I mean, we're facing some really tough times right now. We're talking about a recession and economic downturn. And so you want somebody that's got a business skill set, that's got big ideas and a bold vision to put people back to work. So when we talk about, look, I am a lean, mean government kind of gal. I think government operates at its best, when it is lean. We don't need to be fiefdom building. Much like I talked about before with Mr. Rickoff, he's about building bigger government because he decided that mental health cases caused him too much angst. So they had to hire somebody to do that job. Again, at $1.2 million to the taxpayer. So he's about making government bigger. But I think we've got to get back to basics. We got to get back to appraisal reform. We've got to put people back to work. And we've got to figure out how we're going to get this economy humming one more time.
George, would you please repeat the question? I think she missed it. I don't think she heard the question.
I answered the question.
Is she going to vote for it or against it? I mean, it was a pretty simple question.
Are you rebutting? Are you rebutting right now?
Well, I mean, she didn't answer the question. She didn't even think about answering the question. There was no answer whatever.
I answered the question at the beginning and said I would have voted against. I don't know what you didn't hear, Tom. What didn't you hear?
Okay. All right. And so I'm not always here to pander to you and tell you what you want to hear. I know what you want to hear. We've all talked about it before. Our culture is fundamentally changing in many ways, and I endorse everything Michael said when he began this. I endorse everything he said. But I believe in St. Paul's writings that if two people want to be together, it's better to me in our culture that they do get married than they live having multiple partners. So I think that stability is good for our country. Thank you.
Because I answered the question.
Next question. Also in 2014, and then again in 2019, the Bexar County Commissioners issued a proclamation to honor Bigger Than Texas Pride Parade. Would you have joined in the presentation, and why or why not? Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't care. As you wish it. All right. So I don't tell people generally how they should live, but I don't necessarily join with them. And I've never been in, I've never been in any parade part that I can think of. And so I, just because I don't do that, wouldn't go in the parade, but I'm not against any segment of our society. And I'm sorry if that's an unpopular answer, but trust me, all of you could have had a child who was gay. And there isn't anything you could have done about it except love them just like every other human being. And so that's where I am. And I believe I'm taking it right from St. Paul. Well, St. Paul said different things about different things. But in any event, I think I'm going right from him. But he applauded a gay couple and said, quit having those bizarre hairdos because people won't listen to you when you talk about Jesus, but you can live as you wish.
I'm not going to be in any parades, period, whether it's Battle of Flowers Parade, whether it's Fiesta Parade. I'm not there to be in parades. I'm not there to glad hand with people. I'm there to show up to work every single day and do my job, which is something that Tom Rickoff has a problem with. So when I talk about getting back to basics regarding what does the county look like, we've got to get back to smaller government. We've got to get back to, expressing and voicing the concerns of the taxpayer. We've got to be accessible, which one of the things that I want to do is to be able to open up a field office in Precinct 3, which has never been done before, so that people can come and voice their concerns and not have to come all the way downtown, pay for parking, go through security. So no parades, period, the end. Work every day. And there's a lot of stuff to be done. And I'd like to tell people I am not a seat warmer. I am a deep diver. And that is what you need on Commissioner's Court.
Rebut?
Oh, well, it's going to be uncomfortable because I already decorated that office. I'm going to office there too, and but not together. And so I feel very strongly that we need an independent voice on Commissioners Court. And frankly, I'm the only one in this race who can bring that home. She is with all the cronies that support Commissioners Court. She's given all the commissioners money. I never gave them a nickel. Thanks.
Power about that. 30-second rebuttal. Okay. I find it rich, Tom, that you want to talk about the fact that, I'm in with the cronies. Your entire career, your 40-year career, much like Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi drained the swamp, has smacked of cronyism and backroom deals. That's all you've done. And when you talked about this book and how there's no merit to it, it's not just the book that they write about the terrible decisions that Tom made in probate court. It's the subject of a Netflix documentary, Dirty Money. You can't hide from that, Tom. They want somebody who's independent, conservative, from the private sector, who knows what it operates a business, and not whose salary has been paid by taxpayers for 40 years.
Next question is related to San Antonio's pre-K for SA, which went into effect in 2012. Do you support pre-K for SA? It's up for election again. Do you support it? Will you support it? Did you support it then? Do you support it now? Who do I start with?
The fundamental problem with county government is it's taken over City Hall. They have a marriage there. And all these projects that she's been hired are unlike pre-K for are none of the city's business. They're none of the county's business. There is so much wasteful spending, like buying the Alameda Theater for $12 million. What business is that of the county? I will form a watchdog group, and I will be a watchdog for wasteful spending. And that's going to be my primary mission on Commissioners Court. Going back to the fundamentals, taking care of the guardianship program, mental health, and all the courtrooms and the roads and public safety, all of that we will return to and get away from all this needle exchange programs and all the things that are none of the county's business. They gave $600,000 to the symphony of your money.
Tom, we've just talked about the fact that you abandoned mental health cases. How can you sit up here and say that you're going to fight for mental health? I mean, it's kind of rich that we just came off May, which is Mental Health Month, and you decided, look, I can't do that. This is the third time that I've said that. So it's, like I said, it's ironic that you say you would be up here to be able to represent those with mental health, because he doesn't support that. Back to the original question when it comes to pre-K for SA. I am a proponent of early education because I come from a long line of teachers, and I resent the fact that you would take exception to an early education program that may not be perfect, but certainly probably needs some checks and balances associated with it. And I think there's a way to be able to do that. So I would tell you that I think the future to prosperity in Bexar County is being supportive of early education and the teachers that are the unsung heroes in this community every single day.
Yes. Unfortunately, the empirical studies show that it makes no difference in the child's education after 4 years. It costs a fortune. It deals with very limited number of people, and it's a huge Robin Hood program. And I hold a lifetime teaching certificate and have taught in elementary school and high school. I know about teaching.
Let me clarify because there's a question here that's come up and specifically asks, the issue is not early education. The issue is the business of the city being in pre-K. Do you believe that the city's business is an education, or what's the point of having
Well, I mean, I told you
an
earlier,
education?
I told you earlier, George, I'm a supporter of early education. And yes, that means pre-K for SA, like I talked about.
Okay,
Does it need?
so you do believe that the city?
Does it need some checks and balances? Yes, absolutely.
that's it,
But
that's it.
I disagree with Tom regarding the empirical data. We have people here that are running for school board that would tell you that early education is critical to the prosperity of the city. That's bunk, Tom.
All right,
When it comes to
okay.
early education.
Okay. Tom, do you believe that the city should be involved in education?
Absolutely not, and she gets $10,000 a month to represent that they should be in it. She gets taxpayer-paid money, $10,000 a month for pre-K 4. I mean, please, she's the spokesperson.
I'm going to rebut
Do you-
that.
do you
I
have-
do
do you
not,
have a financial
I do
re-
not get $10,000 a month regarding
do you have
pre-K
a
for
financial
SA. No, but
relation?
I have done work for pre-K for SA from an outreach standpoint, which I'm proud to say that during Corona, they were the only entity that was reaching 100% of their students and staying in contact with them because of the kind of outreach that I did on that project.
Well, that's a little odd. We close all of our schools, but we keep a vanity project to burnish the Castro name. We keep that up and running.
So
That's
Tom,
a
what
really
were we
odd.
supposed to do while children were at home? They weren't supposed to be educated online or virtually? Is that what you're saying?
No, we differ.
New
Is that what
question.
you're saying?
All right. New question.
George, get control.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you get control.
Yeah. Next question. The San Antonio water system pretty much is a monopoly on the water business here in Bexar County. Billing rates have been increasing dramatically, to say the least. SAWS has publicly been accused of raising the rates to support a massive water project. The bloated salaries also of the president and the CEO have also come into question. What would you folks do if you are elected to the county commission to address this issue?
Puente, the head of SAWS, makes $600,000 a year, and he hired Trish, who represents SAWS. And here's the most critical issue facing our community, and it's the aquifer. If we don't have, we have plenty of water. If we don't have clean water coming in over the contributing zone, we are not going to be able to put anybody on a bus. And her treasurer is Hope Andrade, the head of VIA, who is desperately cooking the books over at VIA to say that they have to have the money from the Aquifer Protection Project, which passed by about 80% or 94%. I mean, everyone knows we must have that. They're the ones that are going to rob that and give it to VIA. I just saw a VIA bus yesterday. No one was on it. I followed one for an hour. One person got on it in an hour. That garage over on 281, any of you can look at it. I asked the security guard. There's never more than 6 cars.
Yeah, Tom, I'm tired of you diminishing women in general because you just committed what is tantamount to slander against Hope Andrade, who is one of the finest Republican women that we had in Bexar County. She served as Secretary of State. She was also on the Highway Commission. She has helped many, many Republicans get into office, but you're going to sit there and say that she's cooking the books over at VIA? That's outrageous. That's what you just said. Don't look at me confused.
No,
That is what you just
Express
said.
News said it.
That is what, no.
The mayor
It was
said it.
quoted by the mayor, and he
All right,
retracted that.
All right, all right.
Yeah, but I'm
Back to talking.
yeah. So as we talk about water and its importance into the future of the county and the city, yes, it's incredibly important. So bloated salaries, there's no place for that. Just like there's no place for bloated salaries over at the county. When I talk about city-county consolidation and what we need to do, it's all about saving money.
There is also no place in this debate, folks, for personal accusations anymore. We're going to stop that. You want to accuse somebody of something, talk to the issue. All right?
Is that the last question? Is there a question?
Next question.
Hey, I thought so.
Next question. Just trying to make sure that we stay on target here. Next question. What do you plan to do about the exponentially escalating property taxes of Bexar County? Who do we start with?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. Really interesting. I mean, even when we had 8 people that were in this race, I was the only candidate really talking about property taxes, because as we took the campaign to the doorstep and talked to people at their doorstep in precinct 3 pre-COVID, we knocked on thousands of doors. We've been doing it again, walking in mass, and that's what I hear at the doorstep, is people are tired of escalating property taxes. What we say is it's not enough for the county to keep the tax rate flat or low, all right, when valuations go up, because what is that, ladies and gentlemen? That is an effective tax increase, right? So yes, when I get into office, we need to look at lowering the property tax rate once again. But much like I said in the beginning, we need to look at getting the board of directors of the appraisal district elected, because you all need to know the chief appraiser is accountable to no one, not to the county, not to anybody but the board of directors. And he has a hand in some of those appointments. And so what is that like? That is tantamount to the fox guarding the hen house. We need better representation. We need people there that have a finance background, know about appraisals, that are elected, and that are going to represent the taxpayer, much like I will.
So my appraisal went up 18.5%. How did you guys do? And naturally, I'm going to be on that issue as the number one issue, because we're $4 billion in debt in Bexar County, because Nelson decided on all his little special projects, and every commissioner has a special project too. And the hospital district is $2 billion in debt. And George Hernandez, who's a magnificent person, incidentally, not George Rodriguez, George Hernandez, makes $750,000 a year in a city where most everybody makes 50. Okay. No one, I've been talking about the debt for 3 years all alone. No one has a plan to pay that debt. It's the largest debt in Texas, and the hospital district is the second. I've been talking about it for 3 years, been in the newspaper, the only one. Thank you.
Nope.
Next question. Do you support climate change initiatives that the county has been implementing and working on, like the behavior modification? I like that phrase. Behavior modification of drivers and residents through restricted lanes, through stopping, through stoplights, through bike paths, et cetera, et cetera. Do you support climate change initiatives that seek to modify our behavior?
No, we live in a car society down here, and we're not going to adopt some liberal policy from the East Coast and change, and everybody's going to jump out of their 150. It's not going to happen. So Nelson Wolff, that's all Nelson Wolff talking right there. He said that garage I referred to where I talked to the security guard and there's nobody there. Nobody, you can see it. It's a big via thing. It's empty. I forget, it cost $50, $100 million. He said that is going to take hundreds of cars off the road. Oh, really? Nelson, you can't just be a monarch and say, get off the road. That isn't going to happen. Here's a garage. You can park in it for free. I actually parked in it. Then I actually took the bus. And here's what happened to me. A totally insane person was getting on the bus the same time I was, and I was stuck. The bus driver couldn't deal with her, and she was really out of control. And so I had to call the DMOT team to come and get her. It's a disaster. None of you are going to park in that garage and take the bus to work. None of you. She doesn't. Nobody is.
Sure. Let's face it, we have far greater issues in this county to worry about than the climate action plan. Like I said, my priority when I get into office, because of the business skill set that I will bring to the seat, is to get people back to work and to jumpstart this economy. We're looking at more than $100 million shortfall of the city. We're looking at something similar to that over at the county. And so we've got to come up with ideas. We've got to cut discretionary spending. We've got to look at hiring freezes. Again, we've got to look at city-county consolidation. I talk a lot about the fact that why do we have 2 departments in duplication of services? We have an economic development department at the city. We have one at the county. We have bloated staffs and budgets associated with that. The same with public works. Now more than ever, we need to be looking at consolidating departments and saving money and putting people back to work. I've got big ideas around small business and how we can do that, and I'm going to dig in and I'm going to get it done.
Our final question has to do with something that's been in the news the past 24 hours, and that is wearing masks. How do you feel about wearing of the county judge's notice that we're supposed to wear masks, and the little incident at Lowe's the other day? What are your thoughts? What are your positions on telling the people that they've got to wear masks?
This will shock you. Carol and I were in China, Wuhan province, in November when the virus was loose. We saw a woman pick up either wing of a bat and bite into it. It was fried. We saw her do that. She was later required to apologize on TV. One human being can cause misery for billions of people across the world. The virus, trust me, is winning. The people who have masks on are the smart ones. This room is full of neurons. Everything you touch has neurons from us speaking. And this is probably my last in-person speech. I only did it because I promised I would. I think this is it for me. She says she walks to 10,000 homes and they all ask her to take off her mask. That is so foolish and dangerous to other people. It's awful. I have an immune compromised wife. I cannot bring home the virus, and I don't want to die either.
Well, we talked about this before, Tom. You like to make things up. Before COVID hit is when we hit 10,000 homes. And so COVID was not an issue then when we took the campaign to the doorstep. Yes, we have been out there walking, and we've been walking in masks, much like you see here. We also have been social distancing when we talk to people, and we stand back 6 feet like we're supposed to. But people appreciate the conversation, Tom, and they appreciate the fact that I actually go to the door and ask for their vote. I don't just take it for granted because I've been a 40-year career politician. So to your point regarding the mask, I do think this is a constitutional right issue, that we all need to behave accordingly, but I wear a mask when I'm in HEB. I wear a mask when I go into stores. I am all in favor of the big signs that are in the stores regarding please wear a mask. I think the penalty associated with wearing a mask, $1,000, has been excessive. So, and I'm also, from a small business perspective, it's very difficult because of the excessive nature of the penalty that's come down for small businesses who have been so hurt during this crisis to put themselves in between the customer and the employee and get into an argument, which is exactly what we saw happen at Lowe's.
All right, we're going to give each candidate 3 minutes to conclude, to give their final speech. One of the things that I neglected was to introduce them, give you a little bit of their background. If you, at the very, very beginning, Ms. DeBerry is a fiscal conservative, pro-life Republican, believes in protecting faith, liberty, and the Second Amendment. And as you've already heard, she's a business owner who's going to champion low taxes, less government, zero red tape, and supports appraisal reform for the Bexar County Commissioners Court. Mr. Rickoff has served as a captain in the U.S. Army, and then as a lieutenant colonel in the reserves. He also has a bachelor in law degree from St. Mary's University, and his career has included associate law professor, as well as Bexar County clerk, district clerk, district judge, and the 289th Judicial Court of Texas. So let's, I will ask them to give brief 3-minute conclusions, and then we will conclude our debate. So, Trish. Go ahead.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity again to be here. I think we have a very stark comparison between the two candidates here. Like I said, we have a 40-year career politician who's never had any work in the private sector. And why do I think that's important? Well, he's only been paid by taxpayers for 40 years. He doesn't know what it's like to sustain a business. He doesn't know what it's like to employ people. He doesn't know what it's like to cut back and worry about how your employees are going to be fed in the downturn in the economy. That is what I bring to the equation. I've been an entrepreneur and I've been a business owner for close to 20 years now. 80 to 85% of the work that we do is in the private sector. Done a lot of work over the years for the H-E-B grocery company, who I'll tell you has been the hero during this pandemic, putting food on the table. Done a lot of work with the Baptist Health System over the years. And again, another hero during this pandemic because they've been saving lives. So I want to say once and for all, Tom likes to talk about like all I do is public sector work. That's not true. 15% of the work that we do is public sector. And I've been very, very clear about the fact that if I am blessed enough to get into this office in November, I will not have any public sector contracts, nor will I pursue any public sector contracts, period, the end. And I think it's important as we look at an economic downturn, what you want in somebody who's going to be as a fiscal conservative on that court. I've had a business that survived the downturn during 9/11. I've had a business that survived the downturn during the mortgage lending crisis in 2009. And now who'd have thunk it? You know, that we would be in the midst of a global pandemic, but we have leaned into technology in a very, very big way, because if we're standing still, we're not going to recover. And so that is the kind of leadership that I want to bring to the court, a business skill set, that somebody who looks at a profit and loss statement, and believe me, every day I'm looking at a profit and loss statement. You know, we have looked at cutbacks. And so when you look at what do we need to do over at the county, it's that same skill set that needs to be in place to recover from this economic downturn. We don't need a career politician who's made bad decisions as a probate judge. He's stripped seniors of their dignity as well as their inheritances. He's got a bad work ethic that was been well documented. Look, folks, I'm not talking about making things up here. Tom likes to make things up. We have printed articles. It's fact. He has a 40-year career of bad decisions and holding taxpayers hostage and costing taxpayers money. That is not the kind of leadership we need at the county. I'm Trish DeBerry, and I hope I can count on your support. Thank you.
Hostage brings to mind a moment that changed my life. And the neighborhood association, Mr. Gallagher said, what incident have you ever been through that changed how you behave? Well, I was held hostage in Vietnam. Over 100 troops had weapons on us and brought live grenades. And I was called out, as I often was, to fly out in the helicopter with my team of bodyguards. And I rounded up about $2 million in piastres. And this convoy, as I said, had run into a funeral procession and killed a person tragically, as I said. And that incident, when I was negotiating with those men over the body, changed my life forever. I decided I will speak back to authority, particularly when it's life and death, and stop procedures that are wrong. Stop elected officials from doing things they shouldn't be doing. I'm the virtually only person who has ever spoken back to the monarch, and he gets furious. And if there's not a person like me, that commissioner's court will never, ever be physical conservative place. And so if you ask either of us any question you ask her, Trish, she'll say, I'm a small businesswoman and I sign in front of more checks. And if you ask me any question, I'll say, I'm the only one that can save you from the monarchy. Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause for the candidates. Again, they didn't have to be here today, guys. If you don't know, nothing made them be here except for to help you make a better decision on who to vote for. And I think they both would agree this particular office is critical to us. And so again, thank you for being here. And just some. What we're looking for is a truly vibrant debate, which I think we just had. Probably, would you say the most vibrant one you've had so far?
Yes.
Feisty? That's a better, okay, there you go. That's from a communication person, so feisty. We set out with our objectives to make certain that we gave the citizens the format where they can get the best opportunity to see these two candidates. It probably goes without saying that We need real leadership. And aside from personal ambition, we need to represent the citizens. We're looking for that leadership. We need a leader that is not beholden to any selfish ambition or good old boy environment or club, but rather one that is truly cognizant of their deep duty to their district. We need a leader that will be and put life first and marriage and family for the benefit of long-term domestic prosperity. We need a leader that will safeguard public morality and to promote domestic prosperity. We need a leader that desires justice for all, that embodies the blindness of Lady Liberty. We need this leader that will fight to uphold the rights of others that are often forgotten. A real leader that will not allow themselves to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. In summary, the candidate needs to be responsive, to be deliberate, timely, truthful, and correct in judicial justice area. Now that we've had the contrast of these two candidates for Precinct 3 of the Bexar County Commissioner's Court, all the time and effort today has been worthless if you, me, we all don't get out. We have to get out there and vote on July 14th. And I encourage you to grab somebody to go with you, because the famous philosopher Edmund Burke, an English statesman, said over a century ago, all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. And that is absolutely the truth. We have got to get out and we have got to vote. Take somebody with you. Do you remember the opening comment I said, the 4 boxes to keep us free? The first one was the jury box. You remember that? Second was the cartridge box. The third one is the soap box. You just witnessed the soap box. And this fourth one is very important because this is the action, and that is the ballot box. You've got to get out, grab others. God bless you. And I'm going to have Patrick close us with prayer. Patrick?
Thank you, Mike. And how about a round of applause for our great moderator, Mr. George Rodriguez. George was kind enough and to be Johnny on the spot for us, and what a great job you did. Thank you, George, very much. You're a great friend of the San Antonio Family Association. So if you would, I failed to mention to you, but my daughter Blaine had passed out the prayers, and one mention on those on the backside is a piece, an educational piece that the San Antonio Family Association circulates. And one of the things we do is educate, not just educate on things about the election, but educate about making good decisions in daily life. And so that guide is called A Guide to Good Decision Making to Find Happiness and Joy. And so you'll see there that it talks about the order of law, and from eternal law, divine law, natural law, to those things that are intrinsic issues above human choice. Really, is our cooperate for our faith and our cooperation, and below human law, individual act of choice, are prudential judgment matters. So what you are doing here what you went through in the debate is to help you form your conscience, to gain greater awareness of where the candidate stands, so that you can form your conscience and make a more informed choice at the ballot box and share with other people. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, George, for leading us and being the moderator. Thank you to Trish DeBerry, and thank you to Tom Rickoff for being here and taking your time to do that. And each of you who are here present with us physically, and as well as those watching live stream. Also want to thank all the SAFA volunteers that helped make this possible, from our tech guy here and the real tech guy, Mr. Jordan Price. Thank you, Jordan. And Jordan Perch. And my daughter Blaine, and Dina Cortez, and Mr. Jack Finger. And thank you all for being here, and thank you for supporting us. And I want to thank also this great barbecue restaurant, Burnwood 68. And so you need to find out that 68 comes from the year of the hemisphere. And so they've got an original pit that comes from that time period of time. Great barbecue here on Redland Road, just next door to La Hacienda de los Barrios. And on Redland Road, I know a lot of people know where that is. So you can find Burnwood 68 right there and some great barbecue. And so if you would, grab your piece of paper there and let us close out this portion of the event today in prayer and to prayer for our country. And as we walk away from here, and this election will come and go, how important it is that we regroup and are able to work with people across the spectrum, that we find a way to, on the basis of our Constitution, on the basis of intrinsic, natural, and eternal law, that we are able to work with people for the greater common good. And so join with me in prayer for our country. God our Father, giver of life, we entrust the United States of America, the state of Texas, Bexar County, and the city of St. Anthony to your loving care. You are the rock on which this nation was founded. You alone are the true source for our cherished rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For your glory and dwell among your people. Send your Spirit to touch the hearts of our nation's leaders with an intense desire to fulfill their responsibilities that protect individuals, marriages, families, and long-term domestic prosperity. Open our public officials' minds and all people who live in America to the inestimable worth of human life and to the responsibilities that accompany human freedom. Remind your people that true happiness is rooted in seeking and doing your will. Through the intercession of your Holy Spirit, grant us the courage to reject the culture of death, indifference, communism and socialism, egalitarianism, environmentalism, and totalitarianism, and bless us with the desire, strength, and fortitude to be courageous conduits to help bring about a new culture of life, freedom, responsibility, marriage, and family. We ask for your divine assistance to help us be and remain faithful to you, and for our collective petitions through your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. So thank you all for being here. We will continue. We're going to wrap up this portion of the Bexar County Commissioners Court Precinct 3 runoff debate. And again, the vote is July 14th. Early voting starts this coming Monday. Make sure you get out and vote. And thank you for being part of this debate. And we'll see you here shortly for other debate, runoff debates, runoff candidates giving their speeches, and then on to the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustee candidate panel. So please join back with us on these live streams. Thank you very much. More information, SanAntonioFamilyAssociation.com. And on Facebook and Instagram, San Antonio Family Association. And on Twitter is @SAFA Family. Thank you very much for your time and attention. We look forward to seeing you again.
Go ahead. Sure? Yeah.
Can you see this? Actually, can you see the sign right there? They're going to turn off the music. Yes, we'll get that. Dina, ask them to turn off the music, please. Ask them to turn off the music.
Hello, hello, hello. Little up, little up, little up. Can you hear me? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Maybe I'm taller than that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there, that's better.
Hello, my name is Patrick Von Dole with San Antonio Family Association, and I want to welcome everybody back to another live stream event. One of the things we're doing is, as far as an educational organization, is to help educate voters on the primary runoff going on. It takes place on July 14th. Today, today's Thursday, and we are going June 25th. In just 4 short days, early voting begins. And unfortunately, not all of the candidates in the runoffs are available to be with us today, but we are blessed to have with us one of the candidates running for Congressional District 20. Is part of San Antonio, west side of San Antonio, and that elected official that currently serves in that position is Joaquin Castro, Democrat, and we're happy to welcome with us the San Antonio Family Association to help you learn about Mr. Gary Allen. Now, you might know the name Gary Allen as a country western singer, but this Gary Allen doesn't sing, but he is an artist, is a great artist, and and a school teacher. So a retired school teacher, somebody who has an educational background, knows the importance of education in the children and in individuals' lives into the long-term domestic prosperity of our country. So please join with me in welcoming Mr. Gary Allen.
What's wrong with you people? I'm sorry. Well, do you like my outfit today? I've been made fun of because I come up in jeans and t-shirts at times, and they say, you're not serious about this, you're not congressman enough. And I just say, I'm you. I dress like you. I was a hardworking guy for 30 years and nearly killed me, in high school. I never, the last prom I went to, I thought to myself, when am I ever going to get out of high school and quit going to these proms? So it was something that molded me for 30 years. And I'll talk just a little bit. I don't want to bore you. I couldn't get you to do a standing ovation, so that hurt my feelings. And so I'm going to talk do what? Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk for just a few minutes, and if you have questions, that would be great. My opponent, Mauro Garza, didn't show up, and we tried to get him to debate twice before, and he wouldn't do it. So I'm sorry that we don't get a heated debate like the last one we just had, and something that, that's something that we really need to hear the, different views about the certain issues and get fired up over them. As Patrick said, I've been a principal, teacher, coach for 30 years, and I'm retired. I'm not a bum, as they say, not an unemployed artist, but I do artwork, and I've won many awards, including national awards, so I do pretty well at that. But my educational career developed me into a leader. I had to deal with parents. I had to deal with school boards, community, teachers, and of course the students. And when you're doing that for so many years and you have to learn to tightrope sometimes, you have to learn to convince people, you know, we got to do this right, we got to do it this way. That's kind of the qualities we want in a congressman. Would you say so? Yes. We need somebody that's tough, somebody that's tenacious, a bulldog. And some people say about me, besides I'm one of the smartest men they ever met. Sorry. I think I'm pretty smart, maybe. I'm smarter than AOC. That's all I know, and Nancy Pelosi. Because wherever they came out of, I don't know some of their decisions and some of the things they say. But they are leaders. They're just what I call the anti-leadership. But that's the type of person we need in Congress. You got to go up there, you got to convince people, and you've got to stand your ground. You have to stand on your principles. I say this, I don't stand on promises, I stand on principles. Because anybody can give a promise. But it's what's down in here, what's deep within you, and what you believe in is going to make your decisions for you. It's going to make your friends, what you decide to stand against or stand for. Those are the things that are important. And so in a congressman, I'm not going up there to get rich and be famous and all that. I don't care about those things. I want to save our country, folks. And we are under attack. And it's very discouraging to see a group of people that want to tear up, burn down, destroy, vandalize, and call us racist country when we're not. We've come a long way since the Civil War. We've come a long way during the civil rights movements. We've come a long way that anybody of any color, and any race, any gender, can become a lawyer, a doctor, a team manager, a owner of a professional team. These are the things that we've made great strides on. There may be some racism, but you know, I've been in San Antonio for 25 years, and I've met very few people that I thought were racist. They're very friendly people. I've never felt out of place. And sometimes I go into a mall and I'm like the only white guy there, but I don't feel out of place because we're all San Antonians, we're all Texans, we're all Americans. And that's what I push, that we accept everybody no matter what, but we do not compromise our values. And that's one thing that the other candidate tends to do, and that's what some people in the Republican Party are doing. We need to compromise in order for people to vote for us. I say, no compromise. Let's find a common ground that some moderate Democrats believe the way we do about abortion, about the border, about drugs, and let's come together, because we're going to have to do that. But I'm not going to compromise my values. I will never compromise my values. So my values are based off of what I always say this: God is my shepherd, my leader, and his book is my guide. And if you live that way every day and you pray to God and you have a relationship with him, I'm not perfect, and neither is anybody in this room. But if we're doing our best to live the way he said, according to the scriptures, that's what we need to do. And we've gotten away from that, not only in a lot of churches in our country, but we've gotten away from a lot of patriotism and standing for our flag and standing for our anthem. These are the things that we need to fight for, or we're going to lose, folks. If we're not careful, these freedoms could be taken away. So I stand for them, and I think we ought to flip the House back to red again. We can get a lot more done. We need to have fiery characters like me, because I will be outspoken. And one person that I respect so much is Jim Jordan of Ohio, who doesn't come in a tie and a coat, just wears a shirt, but he has the words to fight back, and he's been one of the leaders. And that's the type of person I want to be. So I could clean up nicely sometimes. But, you know, as I said, I lived paycheck to paycheck. I had to drive the school bus just to make enough money to save. And that's pretty bad, folks, when you're driving a school bus. And so I understand what it is to be hardworking for a lot of years. And so I relate to, you know, the common working people because I'm one of them. And so are most everybody that I know. I don't know very many people that are rich that live in multi-million-dollar mansions. And that would be nice. And I try, you know, I enter the lottery sometimes and maybe hopefully win. But I'm satisfied with my life. I look back over my 30 years in education, and it was a different direction that I thought I would take. But God led me, and he knew exactly what he was doing. And so in the end, I go, man, God knew what he wanted to do with my life. And so before we get to questions, I'll say this. About 9 months ago, he kind of knocked on my hard head and he said, Gary, I want you to run for office. I said, no, God, you have the wrong guy. And he said, no, I have the right guy because you will be a voice for people. You will stand your ground and you will put your face into a debate and make people listen. And so that's what I'm here for. And getting out of camera view. I don't even think they can see me. I'm a vampire. So, Patrick, you laugh. Anyway, any questions for me? No, Patrick, you can't ask. I'm just joking.
What's the greatest distinction between you and your opponent?
The greatest distinctions, I would say, he calls himself a businessman, and I say this. He doesn't say what business he runs, and that is the Pegasus. It's a homosexual nightclub. And the Pegasus, okay. It's one of the actually largest homosexual clubs in or nightclubs in the United States, and it is the biggest one in San Antonio. The other distinction between us is that he has a history of being a Democrat. He's running as a Democrat. He's voted as a Democrat. And so that's a problem. I kind of wonder, you know, why he's doing that. I don't know. People could change. I'm not going to judge him for that. But it has been up to recent 2009 that he ran as a Democrat. Another distinction between us is that he believes that people can go into bathroom of their gender choice. And I think that's a hot point in our state. As a parent, I don't think you want your 8-year-old daughter in a bathroom publicly and a guy 45 years old comes in dressed as a woman. I think that's a problem. But he says it's not a problem for him. He doesn't live in our district. He lives in District 21, so he doesn't even represent our district. And some people say, wow, I didn't know that. And I think you ought to live in the district you represent, even though constitutionally it's okay. So those are some of the main things I think that are difference between us. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes. That's what I consider myself, a constitutionalist. I think that is the foundation, the linchpin, the pillars of our society is that Constitution. The greatest, to me, the greatest document ever written. And I think it was God inspired. I think the men were brilliant for doing what they did. And it's protect us from the government is what really the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, to protect us from a tyrannical government that oversteps like you've seen during this virus situation. And so, yes, I think that the Constitution has to be followed. If you want law and order, you want fairness, you want due process, you want the ability to assemble, like we were not allowed as church members to go to church, but you can go buy liquor at a liquor store, or you can go to Alltech and buy cables for your television because we need entertainment, they told me. I said, what about the spiritual welfare of the people out there? They needed that. And actually, the churches can control their environment a lot better than some of these businesses. So that is a constitutional right to assemble and to worship, and we have to stand that ground, such as gun rights. Not take our yes, sir. I think you had one. What is my, I'm going to answer this one more, you say, right? When I was young and back in 1980s, I was a pro-choice person. I'd argue with the best of them, even Christians. I don't know why. I just said women ought to have a right to their body, and it's just a lump of flesh. And I had read the Bible a number of times, and I studied it every night. And one night I was reading Psalms 139. Anybody familiar with that book? And as I read it, I had read it before, but this was like a lightning bolt hit me. And what? Okay. I thought that may be God talking to me or something. And it says in that chapter, God knows you in the womb. He knows your life. He knows how it's going to unfold. And I said, this can't be so. What it was really saying is that you are a human being within the womb. You have a spirit, and God knows you. And it changed me immediately. And from that point on, I was pro-life. Now, there were a few frayed edges for me. And I did answer months ago on Voter Guide. I said I was concerned with rape, incest cases. And I was, and I am. But I've been debating it with different people, including Patrick and some others. And I said I've changed on that. It's not because of politics. I don't care about that. I changed it as a Christian. I said all life is precious. Those little babies in there are precious. And one crime, the rape, you don't want another crime to destroy the child. Two wrongs don't make a right. That child has a chance to grow up. That child has a chance to grow up. So, Patrick, you can't have the microphone. So I hope I answered the questions okay for you, and you got to know me a little bit better. And I'm sorry, Mauro had something that, Mauro's not here, so he can't defend himself. So anyway, but I really did want to debate him, and I was looking forward to it. But sometimes it's just best not to debate, I guess. Thank you for listening to me. Come on. There you go. I will always remember you for the standing ovation. Thank you, sir.
So, Gary, that conversion story you just shared there at the end is worth a standing ovation. So thank you all for standing up for Gary, and thank you for being here. We're sorry that Mauro Garza was not able to join us in this particular Congressional District 20 runoff for the primary. Again, that primary is July 14th. Early voting starts this coming Monday. And now we want to break and just for a few minutes get set up for the next portion of our event this evening is the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustees candidate panel. So please join with us in just a few minutes. We're going to start off with a great voice to welcome us and to sing the national anthem. So please welcome with us here shortly with the San Antonio Family Association, Miss Dale Gallivan. So we'll be right back with you.
since we're starting a little later than expected, what time do you want me to start?
1 hour. Too much of it. You may powder my.
Yeah, you too. That's like glare. And this year you balance better this time on the other side.
Then go fix it. This one? Put it right in front of the post.
Oh, yeah, much better.
Well, welcome to the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustee panel discussion. Today is June 23rd here in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Mike Kanufke. I'm the president of the San Antonio Family Association, and we're happy to have with us tonight both yourselves and the live stream that's taking place tonight. So we hope this is beneficial for all. And now we're going into the Northeast Independent School District trustees. I'd like to thank the Burnwood Restaurant. It's Burnwood 68 Restaurant here on Redland Road between 281 and 1604. And I don't know about you, but I had some brisket. I had a brisket salad that was out of this world. So we want to thank the restaurant here. And I must say it was not easy to accommodate us during COVID, and they were able to pull it off. So thank you again to Burnwood 68. Why don't we open up with a round of applause for the trustee candidates that have shown up, because none of the incumbents decided to show up for whatever reason. So for their courage to be here, let's have a round of applause for all the trustee candidates. It seems like the incumbents couldn't make it for whatever reason. It doesn't really matter. But what we have here tonight is our individuals that we'll hear more about, and you'll get a better feel for their situation depending on what district you live in. You might have heard that it was discussed in our last debate that elections have consequences. And I'm here to tell you they really do. And they are trying to fundamentally change and transform our country, our state of Texas, and yes, the county, but even more fundamentally, if you think about it, more directly to your family is the children and their education. Could education be the one place that can reshape the next generation? You know, I remember growing up in the 70s, how we started feeling the more liberal teachers entering, okay, is this the place where we can reverse the effects? And that's something to think about. Northeast Independent School District has been in the past a real flagship for the region, has been. And you'd be surprised today to learn that their ranking has slipped significantly over the last few years or so. Again, because none of the incumbents are here, we can't address those historical trends because we simply don't know that stuff, nor can we address really fiscal questions within the district. But we'll do our very best. The real need to focus is on children. And the crossroads of the public education in Texas is literally at a crossroads where we have charter schools coming into the equation and public schools already there. And the competition is a good thing, generally speaking. It means that a monopoly does not deliver diminishing results like it has in the past. It has to deliver better quality education to our children and be more connected. And so that's what these candidates up here are challenged to do and are prepared to do, and that is meet that challenge. It doesn't make a parent wonder, you know, what the school is teaching their kids today. If they go to school and they learn about new history, new government, new forms of government like socialism or communism or egalitarianism or whatever it might be, parents are concerned. What about the basic skills of reading, writing, and arithmetic? What about the anatomy? Is that gone out the window and now it's all just sex education? Lastly, we should discuss briefly about the size of the Northeast Independent School District. We just had, if you were here, we just had debates on the county. We had debates on the city government. You might be surprised that the city of San Antonio, the annual budget is about $2 billion. Yes, that's with a B, not with an M. Billion, $2 billion per year. What many people are very surprised to learn is that the Northeast Independent School District revenue is a little bit more than half of the whole city of San Antonio. That's incredible. And yet, there are less officials watching that money and making decisions about that money. We must be connected to our independent school districts. So, as mentioned earlier in the evening, I mentioned 4 boxes. I don't know if you were here, but 4 boxes that keep us free in America. Number 1 is the jury box. I think we can all agree that Lady Liberty is blind. The second is the cartridge box, and that is the Second Amendment, that we have to have the ability to grab that ammo out of the cartridge box. The third is the ballot box, where a lot of it really counts. But tonight, we're going to see the candidates on their soapbox so that you're going to be in a better position to pull that lever, make a decision of who best suits you in your situation. Now, there has probably never been a more critical election in our children's history than the one coming up in November for Northeast Independent School District. So let us begin the debate, and I'd like to ask Patrick to come up and please lead us in prayer, which is what we always do in all of our events. Patrick?
Thank you, Michael. If you would, please stand with me. After we finish the prayer, we will sing our national anthem. And so everybody has been given the prayer. If you would, join along. We do this on purpose, so we all are all praying collectively for one intention. So we ask for the one triune God to pour his grace upon us in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, conscious of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom, support us by your power, for you are God, sharing the glory of Father and Son. You desire justice for all, enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite yourself in the bond of love and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. We ask this of you who live and reign with the Father and the Son, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you very much. And if you would, please welcome with me Miss Del Gallivan to lead us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Dale. That was beautiful. And if you would still stay standing, you will do the pledge to the flag of Texas. And it's on the bottom of your prayer sheet if you need help with it. And please join with me. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. So we'd like to introduce to you the Northeast Independent School District candidates here, and also that I'll let our moderator do that. But I want to introduce our moderator, a parent of the Northeast Independent School District, and comes to us by way of Kansas, Wichita, Kansas, I believe. And we welcome her to Texas. How long ago, Melissa? 2014. So she has been a blessing to the state of Texas, to San Antonio, and to the San Antonio Family Association. And I want to let you know, all you parents and taxpayers, you have a great advocate in doing and helping hold accountable the Northeast Independent School District to do what's right and good, true, good, and beautiful. And so she has a website called NEISD Vote for Change.com. I believe that's right. NEISD Vote for Change. That's NEISD as in Northeast Independent School District, voteforchange.com. And you can find lots of great information there. So Melissa and her husband are parishioners at Holy Trinity Catholic Parish and live in, what district do you live in for the school board?
District 6.
District 6. So one of the things you'll learn from each of these candidates is they'll tell you what schools are in their district, so you can get a feel for those districts, because that's crucial to know what's going on. And but Melissa is very well versed in the issues going on within Northeast Independent School District to help hold the school board accountable, the superintendent and administration, and bring to light information that taxpayers deserve to know. So without further ado, please welcome with me Miss Melissa Beckett.
Okay, so for the main event, the four of you that are here, Joe was not able to join us. He is District 4 because of an emergency. We really appreciate that you guys are here, that you've taken your time and your energy to not only show up, but I know you've put a lot of time and effort into just understanding what's going on in our school district. So first, what I'd like to do, and Mike, I'd like to start with you. If you would each give 2 minutes and tell everybody a little bit about who you are and why you're running, and then we'll get into our questions.
Howdy. I'm Mike Osborne, and I'm a candidate for Northeast School Board in District 1. That includes Churchill High School. I'm a native San Antonian, and this community has been my home for 37 years. My daughters excelled in neighborhood schools, and my grandchildren are following in their footsteps. I want that same experience for every family. We opted for Northeast. After a career in electrical engineering, I spent my retirement as a passionate volunteer for numerous organizations. Today, I'm asking the honor of serving our community as your new school board trustee. I will vote to restore accountability, responsibility, and transparency. The school district has a duty to the students and the parents. And this relationship should be a partnership based on trust and verification. I work to ensure Northeast strives to be the best in each and every category and not to lower its academic standards in order to meet goals. I will acknowledge academically strong students while serving the needs of each student. I will work smarter to address your concerns and fulfill my fiduciary responsibilities to facilitate participation from all taxpayers and to prove our schools are an excellent return on your tax dollar investment. I will be supportive and responsive to our community and ensure that we value and retain quality teachers and that you are proud to choose Northeast ISD for your children. I am focused on our children and grandchildren. I care. That's not just a goal, that's my reality. My opponent has been a board member for 20 years. It's time to put an end to failing schools. Please visit votemikeosborne.com for more information and to volunteer for my campaign. I humbly ask again for your consideration and vote on November the 3rd. And whether you're voting in the booth or whether by mail, remember to opt for Osborne. Stay safe out there and God bless you.
Mike, would you just kind of wave to the camera? I guess it's hard for our online viewers to know for sure who's speaking. So when you do speak, raise your hand so they know and can connect to your face. Go ahead, Ione.
Hi, my name is Ione McGinty, and I'm running for the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustees for District 3. And you pronounce my name Ione, like I own a car. And my goal is to advocate for the students, the parents, and the taxpayers. I'd like to tell you a little bit about why I'm running and about myself. Last year, our church partnered with Larkspur Elementary to provide free tutoring to any student that desired it. Twice a month, we transformed our gym at the church into a learning center. And seeing the positive impact that had on those students is what has propelled me to run. I love my community. I am a product of any ISD schools. I went to Jackson Keller Elementary School, Nimitz Middle School, and Robert E. Lee High School. I currently live in the house that I grew up in. I've been there for the past 25 years. I've been married to my husband for 37 years. We have 6 children together, including one with special needs. I have been a lifelong educator. I have started teaching tennis when I was 16, and I have home educated my children for the past 29 years. I have done it all. I've been the cafeteria manager. I've been the janitor. I've been teaching history, physical education, and I value education so much that I actually went back to school this past fall at SAC to finish my degree in kinesiology. Before I started my family, I worked 10 years in the banking industry, and I learned a lot about accountability and dual control. I want to be your voice for common sense, and I would appreciate your support for Northeast Independent School District, Board of Trustees, District 3. You can go to my website, voteforione.com. That's voteforione, IONE.com. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Cimarron Gilson, and if I was in your district, I'd vote for you, and Mike, I'd opt for Osborne. I'm Cimarron Gilson again, and I'm running for District 5, which covers the Johnson, MacArthur, and Madison clusters of schools. If you go to my Facebook page, @Gilson for NEISD 5, you'll see a map of District 5 and all the different schools that the district covers. So you'll know if you're in my district. My wife, Mallory, a MacArthur graduate, and I have 2 small children and 1 more on the way come December. They're too little to be... Henry is 1 year and Claire is almost 3. I'm the youngest myself of 7 boys. My oldest brother and I are the first college graduates in over 4 generations of my family. That means we're the first college graduates, period. He's the first doctor. I'm the first lawyer. I run my own practice in estate planning and probate. I've been doing that for the last 8 years. And 4 years ago, I helped my mom, who was then 74 years old, who picked cotton as a child in the Valley in Texas, go to the RNC, the GOP National Convention, and elect Trump as a Trump delegate. So, at a time like now where there's so much turmoil in our country, it's good to remember that only in this country can a woman like my mom go from picking cotton in the hot fields of Texas to picking the president of the United States. Because of my parents, I know the value of hard work and a great education. And while Northeast has a lot to be proud of, this current Board of Trustees has actually failed the public in some serious ways by their votes and decisions, and that's why I'm running. A lot of those decisions for why I'm running are on my website, gilsonforneisd.com. And if you got one of these yellow cards, you can see a couple reasons on that. So I invite you to check that out, the website and the Facebook page. The simple summary is my opponent and the current board have lost touch with the conservative values of District 5. Will you help, and everybody online, will you help restore the public trust in District 5 and on the Board of Trustees at NEISD? I hope you do. We need your help. I need your money. I need your time, and I need your vote. Remember, if we all pitch in together on November 3rd, go with Gilson, and we will make our school board great again.
All right, I'm not sure how I'm going to do following that. All three of y'all done great. I'm Steve Hilliard. I live in District 6, which is basically the Reagan cluster. North of 1604 and west of 281 is the area that I represent. I attended Northeast schools myself. I went to Roosevelt High School a long time ago. And after retiring from the Air Force career, my wife and I decided to move back to San Antonio because we were both, she's also a Northeast grad. She went to Roosevelt as well. We decided to move back here so our children could have those same great educational opportunities when we came home. But I'm not a politician, so why am I running? Had you told me 6 months ago I'd be sitting here right now doing this live stream, I would have thought you were crazy. Okay, sorry, I need to be louder. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good participation from the audience. So why did I put my hat in the ring? It's a real question. Simple. I want to be a voice for the children, the parents, and teachers. There's a lot of great things about Northeast, but I also recognize there's some areas for serious improvement, and the trustees have the ability to impact the direction of the district. So that's part of what we want to do. My question to you is, have you seen areas of concern? Is it college readiness? How's discipline on campus? Is there something else? There's lots of questions. Each time I talk to different members of the community, I hear different concerns being expressed, but you don't see action necessarily at the high levels already being acknowledged by the district, which prides itself on transparency and wants to make sure that, as it was stated back in February, if there's a problem, they'll acknowledge it and fix it. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of acknowledgement lately going on. The bottom line is, I'll ask the hard questions. As a squadron commander of the Air Force, I had to get to the heart of the issues. And you had to do that by asking the hard questions. It was to make sure that you had good information to make sound, principled decisions that are consistently applied across various situations. The three things in my campaign that you heard me say earlier is the children, parents, and teachers. The children, it's the reason we have these public schools. It's the whole reason the public school system exists. Parents, they are the primary educators of our kids. That's a simple fact. They're the first educators. They have rights and responsibilities, and it's not just joining the PTA and helping with homework. There's actually Texas Education Code that talks about parents' rights and responsibilities, chapter 26, chapter 4, if you're really interested or want to go to sleep sometime. But it's important that you know those rights and responsibilities. And lastly, the teachers. They're the touch points with our kids day in and day out. They know what each individual student needs. We need to ensure they have the right resources, and not just the finances, but also the policies that ensure that they have a good learning environment in the classroom. If you have all of those, then we'll have the best outcome for each student given their ability. And that's the goal. Over all of this, of course, is financial responsibilities, because every person is a taxpayer. We need to spend the money as though we're spending money out of mine in your wallet. That's literally what is happening. As earlier mentioned, the budget for next year is about $564 million. So we need to ensure that there's good accountability as different funding mechanisms come up for votes. I've got more to say, but I know my time is limited. So if you go to my website, stevefortrustee.com, stevefortrustee.com. You'll see why I'm running and what I think I can provide if I was elected to the school board on November 3rd. District 6, the Reagan cluster. Thank you.
Thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate all the thought that went into those wonderful statements and the heart behind all of them. We're going to have a couple different formats. Excuse me. There'll be times where I will call on you directly, something specific that maybe you have on your website that I'd like you to expand on. And then there'll be times I'll ask a more general question where I might direct the initial question to one person, but then other people, if you have something to say about that, feel free to say, raise my hand. I want to go next. Okay. So this first question I'm going to pose to Mike. What do you believe are the board's roles and responsibilities?
We have a legal role to hire the superintendent and to oversee the superintendent. We have fiduciary role to the taxpayers to make sure that their money is spent wisely. And we have another fiduciary responsibility to the parents to make sure that their children are educated. St. Thomas More said that the major problem we have, that was 450 years ago. He said the major problem that we have is there's a whole lot of learning going on, and that's my Texas twang to it. There's a whole lot of learning going on and too few education, too little education. So we want to make sure that our children are prepared to go out into the world to whatever they choose to be.
Excellent. Thank you. And remember to raise your hand when you're talking so that they know who you are. As a follow-up to that, Ione, if elected as a Northeast ISD Board of Trustee, who will you be representing? Who are you responsible to?
Okay, my number one responsibility is to the taxpayers to make sure that they are getting a good return on their investment. That means providing quality education to the students and hiring good teachers and taking care of those teachers. And to me, the students and the teachers are more important than the buildings. So that's where I stand, that we have to take care of our personnel. We are accountable to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Cimarron, who determines the goals and direction of the school district?
The goals and the direction of the school district are determined by the Board of Trustees.
Okay, very good.
7 members occupy the Board of Trustees here at Northeast, and they determine vision, policy, goals, curriculum, employment decisions, budget items, a whole host of goals and direction.
Okay, excellent. As a follow-up to that, I guess, Steve, the current board does a significant amount. Matter of fact, that seems like that's all they've been doing. And I know they're not here to answer to this, but the last, since 2015, December 2015, they have voted unanimously, more than 600 votes in a row. And they appear to just rubber stamp the suggestions from the district. How is that different from what Cimarron just described as who sets the goals and direction?
That's rubber stamping is the term that is commonly heard. It's not well liked among some people, but I love my wife. We live in the same house and we don't agree 100% of the time, any given day normally. This goes back to asking the hard questions. That's one of the things that I would like to do to make sure we have an understanding of it's not just the district proposes, the trustees approve. There should be, and I'm surprised there's not, disagreement and more items pulled or tabled till there's better information and the professional staff can come back. It seems like things are done very quickly. Obviously, we don't have all the inside information. We don't get all the agenda packets. So there are things that none of us know what it's like to be an actual trustee. But at the same time I think a more vigorous debate would be important. And I'm surprised that it's always a unanimous vote. It's concerning to me. That's one of the things that has been noticed over the last several years.
Okay, great. Back to Cimarron. We're going to go kind of back this direction. Related to vigorous debate, there have been some comments made that the unanimous voting is a good thing because that means there's good teamwork. Do you really want people up there like fighting with each other? Can you maybe bring a little bit of light as to how you would have a vigorous debate and still be respectful and bring the kind concerns of the community to the table?
Sure. What are the concerns of the community? So we each have to be open to hearing that and receiving that and keeping lines of communication open. So whether it's our phone number, our email, our website, our Facebook, how we receive that information from the public is important and should be open. And getting the point, what was the rest of your question? Remind me that, please.
How do you have a lively debate, let's say with Steve and anybody else here that's on the board, and still be respectful and not have a fight, as some people might imply that would be distasteful?
Just basically being a grown-up person, being a responsible adult, being respectful in how you address one another, does not mean, as was told to us at our orientation meeting in February, that we have to check all our religious beliefs and personal beliefs at the door if we ever become elected. That's not what the public expects, and that's not certainly what I believe in. We can have a debate about our beliefs for the school board, for the district, but we can do that civilly and respectfully without vandalizing and tearing people down and sit-ins and all of that. I think we can do that in our district, and we should.
Okay, great. Steve has a follow-up, yeah.
Great answer, Sam. I think it's important too, we need to model for the people in our district and our children that you can disagree, but do it agreeably. We may have completely different viewpoints, but I listen and it goes back and forth. But we have to model that behavior. It's not just you're wrong because you disagree with me. Once again, my beautiful wife, I don't always agree with her and vice versa, but we have good conversations. And that's part of the learning and growing environment, and how we model for our children and our community members how we should act so that our society continues to grow and mature in the right ways.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paul is sitting right behind me, but every time Steve does that, he points at me. No. I just had to lighten things a little bit.
Can I add
Okay.
something to that?
Yes.
So you just heard what I believe, and I want you to know about me personally. Like growing up, attending University of Notre Dame, most of my friends did not believe in what I believed in. They didn't believe in God, perhaps, or they didn't believe conservative values politically, perhaps. But we were friends, and we could be friends. And I think that will show you and the voter that I don't have to agree with everything you believe in, but we can be friends, and we can be respectful, and we can be San Antonians and Texans and community members together.
Excellent. Okay, Ione and Mike, do you have anything to add? If you don't, that's okay.
Yes, I would like to add. We had a questionnaire about how we would handle disagreements and getting along with others. And all I can say is I've been married for 37 years, and I have 6 children that have been with me 24/7. I have had to learn conflict resolution. I'm always complimented on my patience when I'm somewhere. You have to be patient. I have 6 different learning styles. So I can get along with other people. Yes, and of course, all 6 of my children are different. They have different likes and talents. And so, but we all bring different ideas. And one blessing right now is just seeing my older children carry on discussions with my husband about different things. And it's beautiful that they've learned that. And also being with, my children 24/7, I've been held accountable. I have to have good, respectful behavior and model that, because that's how I want them to treat others. And I know that they're going to learn from examples.
Excellent. Raise your hand.
Repeat the question.
We were talking about how the board currently votes everything unanimous, and a lot of people think that's a sign of good teamwork. And we're talking about how can you, what would you bring to a respectful conversation that wouldn't have to result in a unanimous vote?
Right. I think your question is, how do you resolve conflict without being conflicting? Mm-hmm. And you do that, that's a choice. Out here in society right now, people are making bad choices. And the rest of society is sitting around and having to live with those things. So you listen patiently. You don't interrupt. You let each person, you in fact invite differences of opinion so that you can learn, so that you can grow, so that you can do what the residents of the district want, what the parents want, not your political agenda that you bring to the table. That doesn't mean that you don't have an opinion, but if you don't bring an informed opinion, then you're an automaton. You're artificial intelligence or artificial unintelligence. So I would say that the fact that there is no difference of opinion tells me that things have been taken care of outside of the boardroom, not being transparent. So that's a big flag to me.
Okay, excellent. We are going to talk about transparency. Go ahead. Let's go back to Steve. When gathering information to inform a board decision, how will you weigh the opinions of students, parents, district employees, and teachers?
I think it's important to take everybody's input. When it comes to the students or the children, you do have to understand they don't have some of the life experience you do. So like most things, grain of salt, but part of a trustee, I think a key part is listening and engaging. I would advocate for, strongly encourage having listening tours on each of the different campuses in the respective cluster. For my example, District 6, I would like to talk to the administrators. What's working well? What's not working well? What are your strong points that the district helps you with? What policies the districts makes your job at the campus level harder? How are we going to, if we're elected as trustees, make those impacts? Because we do curriculum and the policies, that's kind of where they're in the tax rate. But if we're going to do that, we need to know what policies we need to evaluate. And then we need to take input from the different sources. We still need to be principled of who we are and recognize that we represent not just our own opinion, but all of the residents of our communities that possibly vote us in. And even the people that don't vote us in. Everybody, we represent that community of our cluster.
Okay, excellent. Okay, no raised hands. Okay, so next we're going to move on to some targeted questions, specifically based on information I gathered either from your Facebook page or your website. So Mike, we're going to start with you. You mentioned on your website that the district should not be afraid of charter schools. Over the past several years, Northeast ISD has been losing students to charter schools. As a response, Northeast ISD wants to limit charter schools. How would you recommend the district respond to the loss of students to charter schools?
The parents, right now in Northeast, we have 2 schools that have been designated failing, a grade of F, by the Texas Education Agency. TEA is the QA, the Quality Assurance State Agency up on the Colorado, Babylon on the Colorado in Austin. We need to be taking care of business down here. We need to be doing quality control. You've got the Deming principle that he transformed the economy of Japan in the 50s. That's with the CPI, continuous process improvement. That means that you don't wait for some outsider to come in. I don't know what kind of a system that they have. Colleges, when they go for accreditation, they have a self-study. We ought to be having a continuous self-study. We've got an administration that is at least as many teachers managing things somehow or other. And if they're in charge of reviewing, somebody ought to be in charge of reviewing things so that, the teacher in the classroom is continually checking her students and adjusting her curriculum based on whether the students are learning it, the individual learning styles of each student. We've got different categories of schools, elementary, middle, and high, but within those different 7 districts that we have in Northeast, we have a different makeup of individuals, of students. And each teacher in the classroom is teaching 20 or 30 individuals. They're individuals. And so she has to, if given the freedom, she then adjusts her instruction so that nobody is left behind.
So you're saying that your answer to the charter school question is to give teachers more authority to make adjustments to individual students. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if you have a product in the grocery store that doesn't suit your taste, then you're going to switch and buy something else. You may even pay more for the alternate, but you're not going to stick around eating something that you're choking on or that your children are choking on. Your children are the most important thing to you. You don't want to send them to a failing school, especially elementary. Starting out, what's going to happen when they get to middle school? And they're in there with students that are excelling. They're going to always be in remedial.
Thank you. Related to that, there's a question of vouchers. Does anybody want to take on the voucher question, Sim?
Sure. Vouchers is a touchy subject. I think vouchers have been a goal for many people for a great number of years. And just this past week, I believe Vice President Pence was with Secretary DeVos in Wisconsin talking about the Wisconsin school voucher program, Wisconsin Choice. And I was learning a lot from that. And I do think, one thing I learned from that was that the choice students, the ones that went to a school with a voucher, were saving the state about 30 to 40% of the money per student and having it at the same or better output academically. So I think from an economic perspective, vouchers can save our district a lot of money. That might go a long way into reducing property taxes, which everybody would like to see. But I think that the essence really of choice is to help children get out of failing schools or get into a school that your parents believe will teach you the values or the faith that they want you to learn. And unfortunately, our public schools don't do that. There's no prayer, there's no 10 Commandments, there's no Bible, there's none of that for a long time. So the alternative for many folks of faith is a private school or a charter school that will teach character and history. And so I think vouchers are important. And I think, we don't have them today, but I think it would be a good solution to some of these problems that our district faces, that parents face.
Okay, great. A follow-up question to that. Currently, our district spends money on an organization called TASB, Texas Association of School Boards, and they asked TASB to advocate for things. And so, for example, they asked TASB recently at a June 8th meeting, they passed a resolution to ask TASB to advocate for stricter requirements for charter schools and to charter schools and to limit charter schools because it's too much competition for the district and it takes money away from the district. Sending money to an organization like that, for example, my money, your money, going to that organization effectively to take away my choice as a parent doesn't sit very well with me. Would you be in support, and anyone can take on this, I guess, would you be in support of looking at TASB and what the money that goes there and what they advocate for the school?
Steve here, District 6. Always follow the money. At the end of the day is you got to follow the money. And I was at that meeting on June 8th as well, and the legislative agenda, a variety of things. So I would also like to ask who in the district comes up with the legislative agenda. And then more importantly is, did the trustees go out as well and kind of bounce it off the community members? Because I don't know what type of feedback the current trustees are or not receiving from the community members they represent. Because ultimately they're authorizing approval of that legislative agenda, taxpayer money to go now to TASB to support. So those are questions that need to be asked. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but we need to look at what's coming out of TASB. They do certain good things with the co-op buying and other things, but there's other stuff I question about where it's cut and paste from TASB for policies and procedures. So we're an independent school district. Our community values are different than Austin ISD or something in Houston or Dallas or Amarillo or El Paso for that matter. So we need to ask those hard questions. We need to follow the money.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was a great follow-up. Ione, you are a lifelong Northeast ISD resident. You have deep and wide ties to the community. How do you think Northeast ISD could foster more of a partnership with the community?
Oh, that question is one of my passions. Like I had said earlier, I live in the house I grew up in, and I went to Robert E. Lee High School, which was walking distance from my house. And one of the greatest things was I was able to walk to the school and play tennis. During the summer there at Robert E. Lee, we had what was called the summer recreation program, where the gyms were open. We had access to water, the tennis courts, and there was such a community feel. I cannot tell you how much having access to those tennis courts made an impact on my life. And it wasn't just playing a sport. It gave me an outlet. I used to be a very shy person, and it forced me to initiate conversations with people, all different kinds of people. Most of them were older than me. I even played with an NFL football player one time. And, but also there was the parents of some of our students would be there. And one man in particular, Mr. Pugsley, has been on my mind a lot, but I always felt watched over and cared for because there was a sense of community. My dad would take us to the track and we would run around the track. I believe that the school board, through policies, has disconnected the community from the school. And that includes having everything locked up. I have not had access to the tennis courts at Robert E. Lee High School since I moved back into the district for 25 years. I was given excuse after excuse. And recently I did get some headway with Nimitz Middle School, but I believe these are facilities the taxpayers have paid for. And there's no reason for them to be locked up. I was given the excuse of vandalism. That's what they always say. But yet Northeast has a police department, which we did not have growing up. And they also have closed cameras, security cameras on the courts. And what makes me sad is that there are children out there that are wanting an outlet and they don't have it. They can't go play tennis with their parents or with their friends or go play basketball or go run on the track. And I recently met Lee High School football players that had no access to the football field. And that's not right. So I believe the community has been shut off from the school. And, you know, that does not foster a good situation.
Excellent. That's a very good explanation. Thank you. All right, Cimarron. Lee High School isn't in your NEISD district. You are running for, in the district that you're running for, but you mentioned that the vote to change the name of Robert E. Lee High School to the Legacy of Educational Excellence High School is one of the reasons that you're running for school board, and that that decision doesn't represent the views of our community. Can you explain what you mean by that and how you will approach a similar situation if brought to the board during your term?
Yes, Simran. Robert E. Lee High School, the decision to change the name back in 2017. So that again is another sensitive topic, especially in today's climate. But there's two reasons that we should be alarmed at our current board of trustees, or at least the ones who voted in 2017 for that decision. One is that I don't think many people know that in 2015, 2 years prior, that same question came in front of the board and the public had a chance to go to the board meetings, submit comments, and make their voices known. And from my reading of the newspaper articles and the history, two-thirds of the community opposed changing the name. And so in 2015, the board voted 5-2 to keep the name. They heard the will of the majority of the community, and they respected that. 2 years later, without that same procedure, due process you may call it, where the people could come and speak, the board voted 7-0 to change the name. And then there was a whole circus of the suggested names on what the school might be called. And they ended up with Lee. And they had to spend $300,000 of taxpayer money to rebrand the high school. So one problem I have with that is the majority. People speak and their voices were ignored. That's a problem on any body, any governance body of any organization. And if you're not going to listen to the people who put you into office, you need to retire, you need to go. And that's why NEISD vote for change is important. We have to change the current board. But there's a second reason, and this gets to the real heart of the matter of addressing race, the meaning of the name, the history of Robert E. Lee, how it affects people in the community. I don't believe that changing the name really changed any hearts on the matter of race relation. I don't think it taught our children anything good. What it did teach our children was that if you make a loud enough noise and threaten to have a sit-in and maybe do some violence, the adults in the room will capitulate and give in. And that's what we're seeing all across the country the last few weeks, is violence to get something changed. I think we're better than that as a nation, as a community, as a democracy, and we're supposed to be civil in our discussion. But I did some research. MacArthur opposed integration of the U.S. Army. Madison owned slaves and authored the 3/5 Compromise in the Constitution. LBJ Johnson was a staunch racist who used the N-word all the time, even in reference to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We have 3 schools in my District 5 who bear the name of people who have problems with race. Have we changed the names of those schools? I don't think we should, but why did we go after Robert E. Lee High School and leave all the other schools alone? We can find good and bad in every human character through history, and we shouldn't be teaching our kids to focus on the negative and the bad of somebody, ignoring the good in somebody. So I learned something about Robert E. Lee. After the war, he opposed the idea of putting up statues and memorials throughout the South. He encouraged his Southern brethren to heal from the wounds of war, and he thought the statues would prolong that healing period. He had opposed secession to begin with, but everywhere he went, he encouraged the Southern people to be united again with the Union, to support Reconstruction, to not rise up again in arms. He went on to be the president of Washington University, or now Washington and Lee University. He led West Point. He supported free public schools for Black children. You know, and people loved him in the South for his character, his sense of duty and honor to defend his state. And I think there's a lot about there's a lot about Robert Lee that we can be proud of than the aspects that a lot of folks in that time period we now know were wrong. They were wrong to maintain slavery and to be racist. But I don't think we taught our kids anything by removing a name, and I don't think we made a lot of people happy about that. I don't think it changed people's lives to change the name. And then ironically, we still have Lee on the front walls of the high school. What I'd like to see is a civil discussion. If this kind of topic comes up again, I'd like to see a civil discussion, one where we learn about the character or the memorial or the name, learn about it, all about it, and then make a decision, not based on violence or threat of violence, but make a decision and let the will of the majority rule. If the majority is not there yet, keep working at it. Keep working at the hearts and minds. And in time, the community will grow and learn, or it will heal and redeem itself. So I think that's what we need to do. Next time there's some politically correct charged question, we need to approach it that way, not the way that our board did it.
And actually, just as a note, that vote you talked about in 2015, the last vote where they were not unanimous on everything was that vote where they voted 5-2 to keep and that was also the last time they allowed significant public comment on anything. Ione.
I'd like to follow up on this as an alumni of Robert E. Lee High School, having spoken out in 2017 at board meetings against the name change. Taxpayers were not for the name change. And it led me to be gravely concerned about what students are learning or not learning at the level. As Cimarron said, Robert E. Lee was very well respected amongst both sides for his character, and that he did not want to go to war at all. And he was stationed here in San Antonio at the time, and it was written that tears came down his face because he knew what that meant. Robert E. Lee was always opposed to slavery. He actually wrote letters to Lincoln appealing for the abolishment of slavery, and he actually called slavery a sin. And his wife taught blacks to read which was against the law at the time. So I feel that the school district has done a poor job of teaching character and teaching American history, that they could find fault with such a man that was revered by both sides. And it was a total waste of money. And my comment at the board meeting was that you never bend over for a bully, because they will climb on your back. And if you look at what's going on in our nation right now, it's despicable. And it's, like I said, it led me to be gravely concerned about what is actually being taught in schools these days. Thank you, Cimarron, for your remarks.
Thank you. Very good. Steve, this is an easy one. In one of your blog posts, you said, "I deliberately try to use the term children rather than students or pupils. Ask me why." Can you please explain?
Yes, gladly. Thank you. Robert, Steve Hilliard on the ballot, District 6, by the way. I had to sign up for it. Robert's my government name, I call it. There are children. They're not students and pupils. At the end of the day, it goes back to my other point about parents. We're the primary educators. There are children. We are entrusting our children to the school district, a public trust institution. But the primary responsibility and authority starts with the parents. So they are my child. I send my 2 children to Northeast ISD schools. Each of you that has a child, choose to send them to that school. At the end of the day, they come home to your house, under your roof, your family values your guidance, you nurture and educate them. The school district is there to help supplement and add to it. And we do that through our tax dollars and what we, the trustees, representing the community values, guide the superintendent and their staff to do. That's all part of what it says right here. They were talking about, I love this. Trustees, as the district's elected leaders, represent community expectations as they chart the direction of educational programs and services and establish a standard by which success is measured. And how do I, as a parent, measure the success for my child? Are they becoming the best they can be for their individual God-given talents? Each child is different. But at the end of the day, there are children. They're not wards of the state or wards of the district. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you for explaining that. All right, so before we started, everyone got a page with 3 charts on it. Mike, I'm going to go with you first, so I'm giving you fair warning, but I'm going to explain those charts just real quick. Basically, what I did was I took the STAR data from the TEA, and I took Northeast ISD's collective scores for high school, middle school, and elementary provided by the TEA and compared them to the state average. So for example, the first chart you're looking at says Northeast ISD high schools, the district versus the state. So in 2006 and 2007, Northeast ISD was scoring 9 points above the state average in all of the cumulative subjects. The most recent, 18-19, only 3 points above the state average. And no, the state average has not increased. So, question for Mike. When you arrive, sorry, that I already told you about that. You will notice that this objective data shows Northeast ISD's student performance has been steadily declining relative to the rest of the state since at least 2006. Had you seen this data before is the first question, and how would you as a board member address this issue?
No, I hadn't seen it before. And when I first looked at it, I said, well, you've got it charted, the district versus the state, but there's only one graph. And you said, oh, that's the difference. And then I thought about it and I said, well, but if that's the difference, you just said that it was declining. It's converging.
Yeah.
Now, if the state isn't increasing, then the convergence is bad. If the state average is increasing, then the convergence is okay. So I'd ask for more data from my superintendent and his staff. We talked about this, and you said, okay, yeah.
I'll get you more data.
But
that's the right, yeah.
So you look and you analyze the graph, you analyze the data, and you ask questions, and you find out what is the information that you're being fed so that you can then make an informed decision.
Excellent. Okay, Ione. Do you believe there are systemic problems in our education system concerning special education? I know you have a special needs child. If so, what do you propose as far as changes that can be made to further provide a foundation for families with children who have special needs children?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I do. Based upon the comments of the parents of other children, and more importantly, my son has a case manager, and he also has therapists. Those therapists, every one of his speech, occupational, and physical therapists have told me that I did the best thing for my son by home educating him. And also his case manager, she tells me, you know, how far my son has excelled. I have heard horror stories from other parents when I have done advocacy work. And, you know, when I have attended board meetings, I was really shocked that they seemed more in tune with spending money on buildings than on education. To see this graph, it's shocking. I mean, what are they doing with all of our money besides building buildings? I know on the Lee campus, they're just about finished with a $36 million fine arts center. Now, as a taxpayer, I look at that and I think, how does that equate to jobs? So I do know in the district for special needs children, after they've gone through 12 years of the curriculum, that there is another school they can go to prepare them for a job. I'm common sense. If that child can't graduate at 18 and be ready for a job, there is something wrong. The taxpayer should not have to pay for 4 more years. How did I do this? Very easily. I treated my son like my other kids. Sure, maybe what took my kids 5 times to learn has taken my special needs child 100. But it takes patience. It takes one-on-one. He can't be just shoved through, you know, like a cattle going through a barn. But My son, this is an example. He's 18. He was shopping at the local grocery store with my dad, with his grandfather. A lady was there from the school district teaching kids that were older than him how to work in an environment. And she was shocked that my son was so well behaved and could follow orders. But like I said, it's just common sense. That's what you need. And it's not that difficult. You do not take a special needs child and put him in a separate room or lock him in a closet, which has happened. And I can tell you that because I have been in a state representative's office with the grandmother of a child that this happened to. That's unacceptable. They are human beings. And like I said, it's not that hard. This past year at SAC, I actually took a class on teaching kids with special needs. And I was even surprised the professor did not know of some of the organizations that I knew of. And it comes back to advocating. You know, if you don't find an answer, you keep digging and you can find it. And like I said, if I can teach my son to read, it was not difficult. It's phonics, it's basic, it's common sense. It doesn't cost millions of dollars. So I would bring in people who know things. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Cimarron, school districts have access to a lot of parent and student data. What role should the Board of Trustees play in making sure that parent and student data is protected? And I would imply with that question that it is not currently protected.
Yeah, well, Cimarron, District 5, go with Gilson. No, HIPAA, you're talking about HIPAA?
No.
No, school data, academics?
School data, like.
You know, I'm going to pass on that question, let somebody else answer that.
Okay. I have, at varying levels, students' SAT scores are being sent to colleges without parents and students knowing that they're being sent. You know, the school takes it upon themselves to make decisions about where our child's data goes rather than respecting that the parent or the child need to be making that decision. That's just one of many examples. Okay.
I'm gonna pass the question to a parent who has kids in the school system and maybe more familiar with that. My kids are 1 and 2.5, and I haven't had to deal with that yet.
It's coming. Great question, especially because we went to a lot of online learning, right?
Yes.
During this COVID response. And we got the FERPA data, which those that are familiar, I've learned what it was, didn't know what it was, but realized goes back to follow the money. If we're getting free access and services, every time my kid has to log into their Google account, where's that data going? What agreements has the district made, and where did the money come from, and what was part of those agreements? Because we have the right to know where all of our student data is going. And once again, they should not, they're minors. Their information and data should not go out with explicit parental consent of knowing where that data mining is going in big tech, and they are looking for data. Yeah. There is no doubt about that. So I would offer is follow the money when we start getting free or reduced services, because what is that exchange? And that's a question that needs to be asked when we sign contracts or agreements, especially with IT becoming more and more and more prevalent in our children's life in the educational marketplace.
My observation has been that those types of decisions, accepting things for free, don't necessarily currently end up in front of the board. So what board policy might need to be changed to make sure that district employees aren't accepting free goods without going through the proper channels of making sure things are protected? Is that something the board has authority to do?
Probably need more information to give an articulate answer, but obviously there are those statutory roles, the 4 that are defined, and that the superintendent does day-to-day operations. He has the responsibility to ensure that all of his subordinate employees are operating within compliance with state law, federal law, contracting law, and all their fiduciary responsibilities. So without having more information, I don't be able to answer, but no, if there's nepotism or any sort of other type of agreements in place, give and take, questions should be asked, and we should try to find where this information and data is going, especially if it's our minor children in particular. That's a huge concern.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know that was a tough question and not something a lot of people have thought about. Okay, so Steve, I'm going to skip your question because you answered that one. Okay, Simran, how about this one? The Board of Trustees and the Superintendent talk about the importance of transparency. Do you think the current board is transparent? Can you give us examples of how you would increase transparency?
I don't think the Cimarron District 5, I don't think the current board is being as transparent as it can be or as it should be. I've seen some of their meetings and how they take votes on a motion or an issue. And I see, I mean, they're supposed to be governed by the Open Meetings Act. So where the public can see everything that's being discussed by our representatives. And what I see regularly is all those in favor say aye, and all 7 of them will say aye or nay. Let's say aye. Okay, now all opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the motion carries. That's how much time the naysayers are given. And I wonder, how does my opponent, the president of the board, every time she calls the question, how does she know that there are no opposition votes? Unless they have been in contact with each other outside of an open meeting.
Yep. Which would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act, which is exactly right.
I know that there's an idea to work as one team of 8. That's an ethos that's taught, I think, through TASB. But that's not what our voters expect. That's not what I expect as a taxpayer. You know, I want my voice heard, and I want to see the discussion and the diversity of thought. It ain't happening.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. So I've had some teachers that have brought up some issues and said that when I get kids in high school and I'm teaching them history, they don't know how to read. And I've been encouraged to not fail them in my history class because that results in too high of a failure rate. How is that harming our children? And I will give this question to Mike.
Hello. So in history class, they're not able to read about the history. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's okay if you have a didactic learning process where the teacher gets up there and just reads from the book to them. But if you have a pedagogical learning process, then you have interactions with the students. There's 5 different types of pedagogical learning. And that's where an interactive system, instead of you just putting something out there and hope they soak it up, you're involved with the student. You're doing testing, you're doing homework. And if they were teaching phonics, I learned phonics in the 2nd grade from Mrs. Kremenek. Mrs. Kremenek had a child, a daughter with Down's syndrome. My first exposure to that. Mrs. Kremenek was the most loving teacher, patient teacher. And she taught me phonics. So adults would come to me and say, well, Michael, how do you say this word? Well, you just sound it out. In the 90s, no, excuse me, I guess in the 80s, the elementary school decided in Northeast that they weren't going to teach phonics. How can you learn how to read if you don't teach phonics? So is it any wonder that you end up with a student that then can't learn history? And that then, I guess, then they're going to not find out about President Lee, about General Lee, about President Washington, Madison, Jefferson, Roosevelt. They want to take down his statue in front of the Museum of Natural History in New York City. He was their mayor, he was governor, then he was president. He started our national park system. but he's got some warts, like all of us frogs. And so they don't like certain things about him. I went and looked up the history of the statue. The Museum of Natural History they started talking about it in 1920. Roosevelt's dad was one of the founders. But the architect talked about his vision for the statue. And then it talked about the artist that they got to actually do the statue. And their ideas about that statue have been corrupted by people because there's a person out of Africa. The black man represents Africa, doesn't represent a slave. It represents one of the people that have immigrated and made our nation what it is. You have the American Indian, to honor the American Indian. So those were symbols of heroic figures. And they've taken that and denigrated it because you have a white, racist, eugenicist president up there that is one of the reasons that we have the nation that we have now, that we're not a third world country. We don't have people trying to break down our doors to get in from our southern borders. And I don't know if that answered the question.
Thank you.
It did. If you can't read, you can't learn your history.
Yep. That's exactly right. Okay, so Ione. NEISD over the last several years has gone digital for most textbooks at all grade levels. There are several studies that show students experience better comprehension when reading from a traditional textbook. What is your opinion about digital textbooks versus traditional textbooks, and how should the Board of Trustees address this issue?
All right. Well, I prefer traditional books. Digital, I do not like. And I'll give two reasons. Number one, I have one son who had a concussion, and reading things on the computer gives him a headache and it hurts his eyes. I feel that's just not a natural way. I'm concerned about a lot of health effects of that. Being a home educator, we had to live on a very tight budget, very tight. We were willing to make that sacrifice because the education of our children was very important. One thing we did was we went to garage sales and we bought old books. Books that were written in the 1940s and the 1960s. And I found that those books were more accurate on history. That is how I taught my special needs son to read. Was through, we bought a set of books on presidents for 25 cents each. But I can tell you, he learned about Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Robert E. Lee. And I feel the quality of education is not as good digitally. I would not trust that.
Steve, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, can I follow up? Generally speaking, I personally prefer the traditional paper versus electronics, but having said that, is we represent all the constituents, so what we go and get them. But recognize, as the district did recently at a board meeting, that there are many kids in our district who don't have access to technology. They don't have a tablet. I know Northside, when they issue their tablets and hotspots, but the proposal, if I understood it correctly at the recent board meeting, was they put Wi-Fi at all the schools so parents could bring their children to download the packets versus paper packets, even not even school books, but paper versus electronic. But we need to look at all the cost benefits. There is a health concern. Our kids already spend a lot of time on electronics. Do we want them doing that or experiencing the natural world? There's different types of learning, as Mr. Osborne acknowledged. Some people need that. Some people love the swipe, swipe, swipe. It makes it more portable if you're going to have an electronic education. And Johnny and Sally can't say I left my book at school. Now you also have to follow the money. What is the cost differential of having all one, all the other, the balancing act? There's lots of things. But it's one of those things where we need to have the conversation, dialogue, and figure out what the best is from the teacher perspective, the parent perspective, and the students. And then ultimately the cost of the district because of the taxpayers. So let's have a different take, but
Yeah. No,
good
that's
question.
really good. What about the issue of parents not being able to see what their children are? If my child has a history textbook and I say, hey, would you bring that home? I'm going to flip through, the Civil War and I'm going to check a few things. And okay, I like what you're learning here. I don't have any worries. My children who have been in history and have not had textbooks, I don't have the ability to do that. They're doing their work in the classroom and I don't have access to a textbook online. I literally would have to go meet with the teacher and find out what she's pulling off the internet to teach to my children.
Yes, and that's a concern. Chapter 26, this is one of the ones I've learned over the last couple of months about access, parental rights and responsibilities. And one of those is to all teaching materials. Now, the district has different ways they can offer that, but that is something that maybe the trustees would say we will always have at least one paper copy available at each campus so that if a parent comes, they can get it to in a reasonable way. But sometimes I think those are things we need to consider. Is there a new approach or a better approach? Because at the end of the day, as the parents or the primary educators, and you need to know what your child is being taught. And if you have questions, then you can go back to there. Because once again, the supplemental education is coming from the district. We have to remember that. It doesn't always sound good when you say that, but we're the primary educators. And so we need to have access to all those materials. Records, assessments, and teaching materials are just a couple of the things of chapter 26, which is an interesting read if you have some time.
Okay.
Texas Education Guide.
Excellent. Okay, so this one I would like all of you to answer. And so I will let whoever would like to go first can just raise their hand. And if no one raised their hand, I'll just call on you. School districts across the country that pride themselves on progressive education strategies have begun using yoga or mindfulness in PE classes, breaks between lessons, or as a form of correction for difficult students. What should Northeast ISD's policy be regarding the teaching of yoga and mindfulness? And do you think it is important for any ISD to have a policy regarding this issue?
Steve, District 6, I'll go first. This is probably one of those conversations where people are going to have lots of different opinions. Ultimately, we have to do what best reflects the community values. I have concerns with some of those things when you talk about yoga and mindfulness. Once again, what do parents, and each parent has their own belief system and structures, and it's varied, I'm sure, but we need to be proactive and thoughtful. If not, we're going to end up like Austin ISD is right now with this sexual education program or sexuality education. If we aren't preemptive and we aren't smart and thoughtful and forward looking and being that district of innovation that they tout, that requires all of the trustees as the independent oversight, as well as the professional staffers of the district to really think through this stuff. But the key part is they have to go out to the community, the parents, and get that input so that we have good dialogue so we can make quality policies that everybody understands clearly versus just going unanimous 7-0 vote and no public input. It needs to be the whole community, not just the DEIC or the SHAC, the whole community, big discussion. That's a very interesting subject.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Quick yes, no, agree, disagree? Yoga, mindfulness.
Okay. Is this a kumbaya or what? Is this in the TEA required
No.
curriculum?
No, it is not. It's
So
supplemental
this
things that get brought to the
this
classroom.
takes away from the time in class? Is this instead of PE?
In some places, yes. Instead of PE, they might do a yoga lesson one day in different campuses across the country, and it's actually getting really strong. In other places, remember when we would play heads up, 7-up between lessons? That now they'll do yoga things between lessons and do new age type mindfulness type things. So I know we have instances where this has happened in spotty places across Northeast ISD. I don't know how deep it goes, but I know across the country, it has become a very strong thing. And for people with strong religious beliefs, Yoga is rooted in Hinduism. And so I'm not comfortable with that my child doing, I would rather him do heads up, 7 up, for example. And I don't think the school, my opinion, should do that without me saying that's okay.
I took a class, I don't know if it's called yoga, but it was, I'll call it yoga. In the room that we were in was 105 degrees.
Hot yoga.
Hot yoga, okay. So it was yoga. There was no mindfulness in there. It was basically a physical workout, mainly stretching. The only sweating that I did was because of the temperature, not because of the strenuousness of the poses that we went through. It was tough. It was very good. The teacher would say namaste or something like that. But there was no mindfulness associated with that. So it disturbs me, it concerns me that we're talking New Age. New Age is a religion, and it may be like Antifa, not a well-organized religion, but it is a religion. And there's no place for organized religions or disorganized religions in K through 12.
Okay, any follow-up? Sim? Ione?
Okay. Well, after looking at this chart and the declining scores, I think they should be focused on getting back to the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic, and do like I did, go old school. If your kids need to stretch, let them run a lap outside. I know all the elementary schools just got really nice walking tracks. So I think they could just go running. And I think, yes, we got to get back to the basics. And so I would be opposed to that. We need to get back to the basics. No new programs. It's obviously the thing is very broken. And so thank you.
Thank you. Sim, did you have a follow-up? No. Okay. And as Mike reminded me, and something that we can all look up on our own time, but yoga is rooted in Hinduism. And if we don't want to have 10 commandments in school, then we don't need to be possibly having yoga, right? We need to just be conscious of what rights are we protecting or violating in the process of our school children going to school and being aware of that. Yes, Mike? Can we get help with the microphone? Please.
Testing 1, 2, 3 here. I think we need to teach civics, and we need to teach government. We need to teach civics. We're not teaching kids. We're not bringing kids up to be morally straight. And now we want to teach them mindfulness. I think you can do that through the regular course of study, through pedagogical learning.
Very good. Good way to summarize that. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about sex ed. Okay. In May 2016, the Board of Trustees adopted a new middle school sex ed curriculum called Draw the Line, Respect the Line by ETR Publishing, based on the recommendations of district staff. There was a significant amount of parental concern about adopting this curriculum, which the board seems to have ignored. What role should parents' opinions play in the adoption of a sex education curriculum? Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. Steve.
This is part of what, quite frankly, Steve Hilliard, District 6. This is part of what got me running, and I'll be very blunt about it. Parents are the primary educators of their children. And the other thing, Chapter 4 of the Texas Education Code, I've learned all this stuff with the help of my wife. Parents will be full partners with the educators in the education of our children. There was significant opposition. There still is. I'm personally opposing it right now. I'll leave it at that. People can figure out how I'm opposing it. I will say this. I don't believe it meets the law, Texas Education Code 28004, Part E. There's 5 parts. But more importantly is, I found it very interesting during this COVID-19, the board approved that curriculum and said, we will teach it. There's not a requirement to teach sex ed, but the board decides, the trustees decided. I noticed during this last 3 months, my daughter didn't receive it. She was supposed to receive it. Why wouldn't they share that material? I would like to know how many trustees or district employees have read the 498 pages I have. Do you want to know how many times the word abstinence, which is what the code says is in there? 7 times. And the first time the word is actually explained is in a teacher workbook, lesson 6 of the 8th grade year, when the teacher gets to explain the definition. The rest of it's on the back cover to make it sound good. But back to your original question, parents should have a huge say. And I think the district needs to acknowledge that it was wrong on the May 16 vote and revisit it and either get rid of it. We're short on educational minutes as it is. So why are we going to take these 6, 7, 8 lessons out of the class? That's just time that could be doing other things, part of the physical education part. But I think there's a real problem with the program, and I don't think the teacher or the parent's voice is being respected or heard. And I don't think the parent previews are giving proper and full disclosure. Quite frankly, they don't really know what there is. The teachers don't like teaching it. Kids come out of there crying, but they think mom and dad sent them. So it must be what mom and dad want them to hear. But I don't think too many people know about Tina and Marco. If I wrote that email, if I did some of these scenarios on a district computer, it wouldn't go through their filter. Or if I did my professional job, I would have a sexual harassment possible claim. Material is inappropriate. It's not age appropriate. Once again, it doesn't have to be abstinence only. That's not what the law says. But it needs to be a preponderance of in the first thing that is taught. We teach risk avoidance and everything else. Don't do drugs. Don't smoke. This is about risk reduction. Well, do what you like, but kind of draw the line where you want it. That is it, parents' role and responsibility to educate and talk to their kids. They may be uncomfortable, and there's supplemental ways if you want to do it. If parents really don't want to, the school might be able to help, but they need to be subservient to the parents. Sorry, it's a little bit of a long answer, but this one issue.
Ione, did you have a comment about that?
Yes, I definitely am opposed to the sex ed curriculum that the district adopted, and to know that they did not listen to the taxpayers. I can tell you firsthand, in 2017, the fall, I went to Lee High School. I asked to view the sex ed curriculum, and I was not allowed to see it. I was allowed to, quote, see a parent preview as long as I had a district employee with me, and I was not allowed to take a picture of the outline. And I thought, and you want me to trust you with my kid? I couldn't do it if they cannot be honest. And the things that are taught in that curriculum to a 7th grader, I have a 7th grader. I can tell you it's not appropriate. That is not the school's jurisdiction to teach what they adopted. And so I vehemently oppose the sex ed curriculum that they adopted in 2016. It's not biology.
No, it is not.
Yeah. Can I have Steve Holding District 6? One other piece, which is interesting. So the board voted for the curriculum. Only the board can change curriculum. So my next question would be, who decided this year not to send those packets home via email? Because the board did not vote on it. I've watched the board meetings the last couple of months. So just a district employee has made that decision. And I think this is a question the current trustees, I would love for any of them to ask the superintendent and the staff to go, which employee made the decision not to send that home to all the 7th and 8th graders in the high school big decisions? Yep. Because they have now not done curriculum. It's only the trustees, and there's been no vote on that. So somebody is now taking trustee authority at the staff level, and they're subordinate to them. That's a trustee only to change curriculum. So they chose the curriculum. Should have been taught. I don't want it taught. I find it as a blessing in disguise that this COVID-19, it's one of the few silver linings, is all of our middle school kids didn't get this stuff put in their head, and the high schoolers for that matter. But That's a great question that I would love for the district to answer.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we had current board members here that might help us understand how that process might have happened, but of course we don't. I will tell you, if you go to Northeast ISD's website and you go to the human sexuality section under health, you will actually find a disclaimer where they have actually stated that they are not offering human sexuality at the middle school or the high school levels during distance learning because it's too sensitive of a topic to be taught at home. Exactly, because parents will see it, would be the writing between the lines.
Because that's curriculum.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and it's for both draw the line, respect the line, and big decisions. Simran.
Yeah, so parents should be full partners with the in the education of their children. This is one of the statements that the PTA has. It's one of their goals. And it's common sense, right? Parents should be partners, full partners in the education of their children. If the sex ed curriculum is too sensitive to send home, or it's not essential enough to include in distance learning, it does beg the question, why not? And the institution or the adoption of the curriculum in the first place was not made with the full participation of parents. I went to a presentation on the curriculum. I learned about Tina and Marco and some other parts of the curriculum. And I came home and I saw my daughter, two-year-old, innocent, sweet daughter. And I thought, I don't ever want her to be introduced to the ideas and topics that they're teaching in school concerning sex ed.
And so now you're running for school board.
And every parent and every person that I have shared some of these ideas with are shocked. It's shocking, it's disturbing, it's not age appropriate, and it's not essential. And so if you go to my website, Why Am I Running? I agree with Mike and Ione that we need to return to basics, preparing our children for the world of work and citizenship. And if we've got to, I do understand that we're going to have some budget cuts, less revenue coming in, mainly because of COVID. Perhaps we should focus on the essential curriculum and leave off this non-essential, too sensitive to share during distance learning curriculum.
Very good. Mike, did you have a follow-up on that?
Yes. I went to a meeting. I heard they were considering this changing the sex ed program back in 2016. I went to a meeting out in the swim center area there at Blossom. And they had tables set up with materials and whatnot, and we got in there. But then for some reason or other, they decided they weren't going to give a presentation. And the materials that they laid out, they wouldn't let us take with them. And so we didn't get to see what they were proposing. They wouldn't answer any questions. Then the board adopts it. We ask Superintendent Gotardi, are you aware what's in the curriculum? He says, no, I don't know. That was up to staff. So the superintendent didn't know what was in there, yet his staff made a presentation to recommend it to the board. The board, I guarantee, didn't have a clue of what was in there. They were rubber stamping what the staff was presenting to them. How that turned about was Ron Nuremberg, the mayor of San Antonio. He got his Planned Parenthood medical director to work with the Northeast School District staff to get them to replace their existing proven abstinence-based sexual ed program for this Planned Parenthood generated program. They say it's not Planned Parenthood. It's a company that is a bastard child of Planned Parenthood and that is going around the country in order to get feeder schools for their abortuaries. They have the program that Northeast is using. They make a point of pointing out that one chapter in that curriculum is not being used. Well, the reason that that one chapter is not being used is because it's like an X-rated movie. And so they said, well, no, that's kind of touchy. These people, this isn't Austin. This isn't San Francisco. These people still have some respectable morals. And so we're going to work on their children. And maybe eventually we'll be able to include those chapters that were left out.
Can I add a quick supplement to that? It's a great
Yes,
point.
Steve.
The publisher, ETR, is from San Francisco. The board, Santa Cruz, sorry, thank you, Santa Cruz. The board was told earlier this year, there was documents from California that the founders of ETR have direct ties to Planned Parenthood. So there's no excuse not to know about. The current board knows that. They were presented at a public meeting. You can go watch the video. And it was asked that one of the trustees put it on the next agenda to bring up a review of this stuff. They have chosen not to do that. I don't know why they did not choose to do that, but I think it's very clear. We are San Antonio, Texas. Our Northeast values, I would offer, our parental involvement would not buy off on this draw the line, respect the line curriculum. It is extremely concerning when you actually read it. When I went through and read it, I was truly concerned having daughters. And for the sons that may marry my daughters for that matter, if that is, happens. So anyways, very concerning. Thanks for that answer, Mike. That was great.
Okay, excellent. And for those of you, I guess, watching or here, if you do go to NEISD, voteforchange.com, there are 2 sex ed videos, 20 minutes apiece. I would highly encourage you watch them. Okay, so also related to sex ed, Austin ISD has been in the news a lot this spring because of their decision to adopt a very aggressive, comprehensive sex ed curriculum. There are many possible concerns about this new curriculum, but one of them is that it teaches that there are multiple genders, not just male and female, and that students can select their gender. If the NEISD staff presented the Board of Trustees with a similar curriculum, how would you as a board member respond? And I would like all 4 of you to answer, please. The last sentence is, if NEISD staff presented the Board of Trustees with a similar curriculum that said that gender was more than just male and female and that you could choose your gender, how would you as a board member respond? And Ione is ready to go.
Get out of here. You're fired. No, seriously. Mike brought up this quote earlier. It's one of my favorite by Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And that is what has happened in our country. The communists said that it only takes one generation to take over our country. And how are they doing it? They're corrupting our school system. This is a falsehood. I would tell them, get out. That's a lie. No.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Mike?
Is this part of yoga?
No, I don't.
It's the same thing.
Okay, Steve.
Like each thing brought before the board, you need to get the full information. You need to get the community input. I have my personal opinions. There's very obvious things out there, but each time you have to give full consideration and listen thoughtfully. There's going to be various viewpoints on that. I know my personal position is, I'll save that for another time. If I were elected and this comes before the board, I will ensure that we are very clear the position from which I'm operating.
Okay. Sim?
Yeah. How can we decide issues? It goes back to the very first question I think you asked me. How can we decide issues and questions with different viewpoints and still be civil and not conflicting about it? Well, maybe civil. This one you might be conflicting about. Yeah, hear the issue, find out the facts. What is the truth going on? What does the science say? What do our parents say? Is it essential to learn about in the schools? I think if you really put out the facts and the truth, that this issue would be declined, or at least if I was on it, I would vote to decline that or reject that, that presentation. I would hear about it, let the staff do their presentation, but if it's called as a question to vote on, I'd say no.
Okay, very good. Thank you guys very much. I know that was a tough question and maybe not something you anticipated. So the last question, because I know we need to wrap it up, but we could literally go for hours, I think. You guys are doing great. Okay, so a quick look at each school's performance in any ISD. You will see another pattern, which I did not bring a chart for, but I will explain to you. The schools with a higher percentage of economically disadvantaged students are scoring well below the state average in almost all subjects in almost all situations. How, as a board member, would you advocate for these children? And if all of you would like to answer that, that would be great. Steve?
First thing we have to do is identify and publicly acknowledge if there are problems. We have to take ownership of it. It can't always be the rah-rah. The district does a lot of great things. At the same time is, how do you improve that continuous process improvement that Mike was talking about? Is we have to not only know what we're doing well, but what are we doing poorly? How do you follow up though? That's the second part. Is we need best practices both in the district. How are our top performing schools doing? Can we take some of their approaches and apply it to the schools that are not performing, or whatever the area might be? How can the trustees though, right? We're at the high level. We don't have that. So I would do monthly reporting. And this I think should happen right now. I already see in other districts. You need a financial report. You need a discipline report and grievance reports. Those are lead indicators. Then I would get a quarterly report, because turning things around takes more than a month at a time. So quarterly reports on these underperforming schools that are having these issues. We need to figure out, just like the body, when you have a wound, you put your resources there to heal it, make the whole better, the whole district better. So we need to acknowledge that we have a problem. First, we have to identify it. Then we have to acknowledge it publicly. The parents need to know that their kid's in a disadvantaged situation. So how do we solve that problem, and what are the causal factors? But we need to look at it, work at it, and then we have to follow through. The board needs to have that informed conversation though, and it needs to be transparent that, hey, while Northeast is great, we have some problem areas, but we're going after it. And then we get the monthly updates, if we were any of us to be elected as trustees, so that we can monitor that progress, that they're actually solving stuff and making it better for the economically disadvantaged kids, and giving every kid the best chance at the best education.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
So Steve addressed how the district can improve from within the schools that are traditional public schools. I would like to see the school board perhaps encourage choice, school choice, charter schools, private schools, options. Right now, the board's official legislative policy is to oppose the expansion of charter schools and school vouchers. And if there are failing schools in our district, and it's been that way for a long time, and what we do in-house is going to take some time to correct, we need to give those children an immediate out, an immediate option to get a better education. I don't care where it is. It's the parents' choice to give their children the best opportunity. And so I'll tell you again, you know, my mom and her 3 sisters and my grandmother, they all picked cotton and fruit in the valleys of Texas. And college was not an option for my mother, but she did good in elementary and high school. And she made darn well sure that for her 7 boys, we would each get the best education she could get. And we'd all get to go to college if we wanted. It meant for her sending us to Catholic schools. And it was a struggle to send 7 kids to a Catholic school. It's probably not that affordable anymore. But for those who it's not affordable to, like the low-income students, families in your question, vouchers is an option. Charters is an option. And the school board and the PTA and the teachers union should be more interested in what's best for those students immediately than anything else. And I keep hearing where the PTA is quoted, we're about educating all children and advancing opportunity for all children. but that's not happening if the official policy is to oppose choice for some children. So that's a start.
I think both Steve and Sim had some great points there, and it was shocking when I learned about failing elementary schools. Just getting back to the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic, and I was shocked to learn that during this shutdown that the district voted to pay the substitute teachers as, quote, an act of goodwill, close to $1 million. They just like, it's free money, let's give it out. If the district has that much money, they're taking too much away from the kids. Those substitute teachers were eligible to file for unemployment. The district is not a benevolence organization. The charge of the district is to educate the students, not indoctrinate them, not to give money away, not to have big buildings. We need to educate the students and get back to the basics.
One of the failing schools is Harmony Hills Elementary. My brother, sister, nephew live in that district. It's right across, it's where I go to church. It's right down the street from Churchill High School. 100% of the students in Harmony Hills Elementary in that neighborhood go to Eisenhower Middle School, which is right across Blanco from them. And 100% of those students at Eisenhower go to Churchill High School. Now, what happens when students from Harmony Hills, a failing high school, go to Eisenhower Middle School and then to Churchill High School? Maybe we can just change the name of Churchill. Will that fix it? No. And having a marketing program that says go public, that we're wasting taxpayers' money on in order to try and correct a problem, improve the problem, because people are looking for the exits in order to go to charter schools, is not the answer. You don't market a failing product. You can't market a failing product. You can't fool Mother Nature and you can't fool parents. So charter schools, the union, the teachers union, I met with them, filled out a survey, detailed, met with them. The only question that they had of me was, what do you think about charter schools? And I said, well, charter schools are a symptom. You're having an infection. You're having a COVID virus, a corona novella. You know what novellas are? They're Mexican soap operas. What we have is a corona's novella in Northeast. And the teachers union, their only concern is charter schools. And I said, well, it's just a symptom. You have to correct, you have to treat the disease. You can't just give it, you just can't put a Band-Aid on it. The union is deathly afraid, this is what they stated, they're deathly afraid that the Texas Education Agency wants to shut down all independent school districts in the state. Now, I don't know whether that's TEA's objective, but your chart that showed that Northeast is converging on the state average, if the state average isn't improving, and if bite your tongue, it's actually degrading, decreasing, then we're in a mell of a hess. And so, you know, we need to get in there. We need people to come in and not have nice, pretty Facebook pages, you know, and pretty pictures. Those are really neat. The ones that are done by the teachers are fantastic. We've got teachers out there, but the teachers tell me they're not able to teach. They're doing paperwork. I talked to a teacher that's been teaching for 30 years, and she's looking to quit because she can't teach. Too much of her time is spent on paperwork. So we need to support our teachers. We need to go in there and not say, how come you're not doing bad? We need to go in there and say, what can I do to help?
Very good. Thank you. So real quick, I'm just going to close it out and turn it over to Mike. When I say your name, please raise your hand so they can see you. I just want to say thank you to all of you for being here, being honest and forthright with your answers. And I think that Northeast ISD is in for some wonderful years ahead when you guys get on the board, because this type of intercourse is what we need amongst the community to decide what is best for our children. And no, sorry. Dialogue. I was hoping that I could just go right past that mistake, Mike. Thanks. But anyway, I hope everybody watching and everybody here today is in agreement that this would be a significant change, yet a significant improvement for our children in Northeast ISD. And so I want everybody to recognize Mike Osborne for District 1. Ione McGinty for District 3. And Cimarron Gilson for District 5. And Robert Steve Hilliard for District 6.
Can we say a quick thank you to Melissa Beckett for moderating this? Thank you.
You know, Melissa has done a lot in this area over the years. Thank you, Jack. I said Melissa has done a lot over the years in this area. So there you have the Northeast Independent School District Board of Trustee candidate forum or panel. Again, I must apologize to all of the incumbents because for whatever reason, the incumbents did not show up because they were busy or whatever the case might be. But you know what I heard is here is the rectitude of intention. That's what it is, the rectitude of intention. What is the rectitude of intention? The rectitude of intention is the child, truly delivering the best education for that child. And that's what seems to be missing on some of the discussions. So our objective here today was to have all the candidates including the incumbents, like I said, that didn't show up, but to give you an idea of some of the things that need to take place when it comes to the Northeast Independent School District. So it probably goes without saying that the true leaders or the trustees, and they need to set aside certain things like their personal ambitions for the benefit of the children within the school district. A true leader, a trustee, is not beholding to the selfish ambitions or the good old boy network like it appears that, you know, some of the old school have been there 20 years, some of the incumbents, if I'm not mistaken. It's not just Northeast Independent School District, it's just independent school districts in general. But rather work with the trustees and truly be cognizant of their deep intention and their deep rectitude of intention, that is to take care of that child. The need for the trustee to be committed to the children, the parents, and the teachers. First, for that long-term domestic prosperity, because that's what we're all after. The need for the trustee to safeguard that public morality and to promote that prosperity. Trustees that desire the justice for all with equal benefits, like Sim articulated here, and that is that immediate need for education right now, even if it means with a charter school or what? Homeschool, whatever the case might be, that immediate need for that child. The trustees need to fight and uphold the rights of others. Some of those others are forgotten so often, and trustees need to allow themselves not to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor, like so many independent school districts are these days. In summary, trustees of school districts need to be responsive, be deliberate, timely, truthful, and judicious at all times. Now that we have a good idea of the candidates here tonight, it's all worthless if we don't get out and vote for them November 3rd, 2020. November 3rd, the general election, is an incredibly important election. And you heard me earlier, I think Ione mentioned it, and that is Edmund Burke. He's a great statesman, Englishman. He's actually an Irishman, by the way, if you didn't know that. He's a Catholic. Anyway, he said over a century ago that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And apathetic people sitting on their couches watching TV and not getting out and vote is the definition, the true definition of doing nothing, except for sitting at home and complaining about it and not doing anything to fix it. So remember, my opening comments are on the 4 boxes. The first one is to keep America free. The first one is the jury box. Remember how important that's the judicial, right? That's the Lady Liberty, blind Lady Liberty. Jury box. The second is the cartridge box. That's the Second Amendment, right? To make certain that enemies, foreign and domestic, right? The second is the soapbox. You just witnessed the soapbox. The soapbox, if you don't know what that is, that's where politicians in the past would get up on the they literally take a soapbox, get out there and step on it, and everyone could see them. And that is giving their candidate speeches. The last one is, of course, the ballot box. And that's the point, is the whole idea behind this and the San Antonio Family Association and Melissa and everything we've done here tonight to bring you these top-notch candidates is to get you out and to vote for these individuals or individuals that best fit the trustees. So God bless America and God bless the state of Texas. And now I ask Patrick Von Dolen to come up and lead us in our final prayer. Patrick?
Thank you, Michael. And on behalf of the San Antonio Family Association, I want to thank you all for watching live and for being here present. And I want to thank also Burnwood 68 Barbecue Restaurant on Redland Road, right adjacent to. So you want to have some fabulous barbecue, and this is the only restaurant I know that can match another barbecue restaurant's cream corn. They have excellent sides, cream corn and otherwise. But right next, adjacent to La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road, just outside of Loop 1604, you can find Burnwood. It used to be called The Pod. It's got orange and blue railroad cars is what it's made out of. And they've been very accommodating and great friends to begin with. As a matter of fact, one of the owners, the husband of the ownership couple is a friend of, from Charco, which is just 11 miles from my hometown of Goliad, Texas. They all remember Goliad. So with that, I want to thank Melissa Beckett again. Northeast, NEISD, voteforchange.com, NEISD, voteforchange.com. You can find out more information about the election and everything, as well as at San Antonio Family Association.com and San Antonio Family Association on Facebook and Instagram, and on Twitter, SAFA Family on Twitter, SAFA Family on Twitter. So follow us, like us, support us where you can, pray for us for sure, and if you can donate to help us keep you informed, that would be fantastic. So let us pray. Mike mentioned some of these key phrases in his comments, and we're going to use them in prayer now. And a prayer for our country, our state, our county, and our city, and everybody would join with me on the paper that we've shared with you, so we can pray in uniformity and with intention. God our Father, giver of life, we entrust the United States of America, the state of Texas, Bexar County, and the city of St. Anthony to your loving care. You are the rock on which this nation was founded. You alone are the true source of our cherished rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Reclaim this land for your glory and dwell among your people. Send your spirit to touch the hearts of our nation's leaders with an intense desire to fulfill their responsibilities that protects individuals, marriages, families, and long-term domestic prosperity. Open our public officials' minds and all people who live in America to the inestimable worth of human life, to the responsibilities that accompany human freedom. Remind your people that true happiness is rooted in seeking and doing your will. Through the intercession of your Holy Spirit, grant us the courage to reject the culture of death, indifference, communism and socialism, egalitarianism, environmentalism, and totalitarianism, and bless us with the desire, strength, and fortitude to be courageous conduits to help bring about a new culture of life, freedom, responsibility, marriage, and family. We ask for your divine assistance to help us be and remain faithful to you, and for our collective petitions through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for following the San Antonio Family Association on Facebook, San Antonio Family Association on Instagram, and SAFA Family on Twitter. And on the website, you can actually agree to not only receive text messages from us, but also emails from us. So when there's an emergency in the city of St. Anthony, that you can respond and be a part of it. One of the things we have up right now on the website and Facebook is a petition, 2 petitions actually, a third coming tomorrow. So the first one is a freedom of speech petition that is up there in response to the city of San Antonio, the mayor and city council, voting to claim that any calling of COVID-19 coronavirus as a Chinese virus or China virus or Kung Fu virus is racist. And we vehemently oppose restriction of free speech. And that's what that petition's about. The second one that just came up in the last few days is a preserve Texas history, preserve history in our heritage, to save the Christopher Columbus statue and preserve Columbus Park name. And you can find that one as well. The third one that is coming up tomorrow is one that would be a petition going to the State Board of Education. A lot of what the candidates here talked about this evening and what Melissa Beck was asking about is sex education curriculum is going to be taken up under the TEKS, T-E-K-S, State Board of Education review. It's the first time in 20 years that will be reviewed, and that meeting comes up next week. So if you're able to join us and go into the State Board of Education to speak, you'll have 3 minutes to do that in Austin, Texas. It might be, depending on what happens with the COVID-19 Chinese virus, coronavirus, depending on what happens with that in the outbreak of that, again, the heightened part of that it could be by video. You might have to send in a statement. We'll have to see what happens. Watch San Antonio Family Association, and we'll give you that information. But that petition is geared to tell the State Board of Education that our children are worth protecting. Children are worth protecting their innocence for the good of them as individuals, for the common good, for our long-term domestic prosperity. So thank you very much for your time and attention. I want to thank the San Antonio Family Association volunteers. Jordan Perch, raise your hand. You didn't show your face, Jordan, behind the scene. And Dina Cortez over on the side. Thank you, Dina. And my daughter, Blaine Von Dolan. And Jack Finger. Thank you very much, Jack, for your help. And Melissa Beckett. And Michael Knuffy on behalf of the San Antonio Family Association, and myself, Patrick Von Dolan. Thank you very much. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless Texas. May God bless San Antonio. May God bless you during this time, this election season. Don't sit it out. Be active. Take a friend with you to vote and participate in the election process. Thank you, Michael Osborne. July 14th is the runoff election. November 3rd is the statewide is the general election. Early voting for the primary runoff starts this coming Monday in preparation for July 14th runoff election. Please get out and vote. Thank you very much.